Right, are we okay now? Yes, okay. Good evening, members and members of the public and the press who are attending the full council meeting. BCP Council, it's the 10th of December 2024. I'm Councillor Leslie Dedman, and as Chairman of BCP Council, I will be chairing the meeting, and I shall be supported by the Vice Chair, Councillor Simon Bull. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for this meeting, and please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcasts, and it will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everybody follow the ground rules. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand clearly to indicate. Where there appears to be a consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension, but when a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands unless a recorded vote is requested. And don't forget that that requires support from a quarter of the members present at our meeting. And please could members indicate to me if they are leaving the meeting, although I have had some members who have already indicated that they will have to leave, and that's absolutely fine. But if you suddenly have to go, please let me know. And in accordance with the Constitution, we will have a comfort break as appropriate. Please avoid leaving the meeting during a debate, and points of order raised should state the applicable constitutional provision. And clearly, I will assume that all of us councillors will uphold the highest standards of conduct during our meeting and treat each other with courtesy and consideration. And can I just say, and I'm looking at the public gallery for this obviously, it's a meeting held in public, but it's not a public meeting. You are here to observe proceedings and observe the debate, but please remain silent throughout the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Trent. Right, I shall turn to the Chief Executive for apologies, item 1.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received today from Councillor Hazel Allen, Councillor John Beasley, Councillor John Challoner, Councillor George Farquhar, Councillor Dwayne Farr and Councillor Anne Filer. And I believe that Councillor Judy Bagwell and Councillor Bobby Duff are both arriving late.
Right, thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Have we had any reports, Chief Executive?
Thank you, Chairman. No declarations have been received, but if members do believe they might have a declaration, there is a flow chart set out on the agenda for guidance. If you could follow that, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, members, item 3, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, do you agree to confirm the minutes of the council meeting, which was held on 15th of October 2024 and then reconvened on 4th of November 2024? Can we confirm the minutes? Is that agreed? Thank you, members. Agenda item 4. This is announcements and introductions. First of all, it's with great sadness that I report the death of former councillor and Mayor of Poole, Ron Parker, who many of us in this chamber knew. And Ron Parker was mayor from 2001 to 2002. I must say it doesn't seem that long ago. But so I'm going to call on Councillor Rampton, who I believe would like to say some words about Ron. Thank you, Councillor Rampton.
Thank you. Madam Chair, councillors, officers, members of the public, it's an honour to pay tribute tonight to the late former councillor and mayor, Ron Parker. Ronald Leslie Parker was born in 1933 in Dorchester. While at Dorchester Grammar School, he was a keen drama student and he joined the Air Cadets. His aspiration was to become a pilot. That didn't work out, and Ron sought a new career, training as a secondary school teacher. And while teaching, he studied for an external degree at London University and gained a BSc in 1959 in economics. Ron met Heather, his first wife, while teaching in Middlesex, and they returned to Dorset in 1957, where he started at Kentwell School as a geography teacher. Tragically, Heather died in 1963 at only 24 years of age, leaving Ron with a 4-month-old baby daughter, Linda. He met Jean, both having lost their partners at a very early age to the same condition, which was severe asthma. Jean and he discovered many shared interests, one of which was the BSO, and they attended many concerts. They married, and 2 years later, baby Anita came along, and the family indulged their love of culture and travel, having many happy holidays in their VW motorhome, with Ron filming their adventures on his cine camera. Ron became a senior lecturer at Dorset Institute of Higher Education. His specialist subjects were transport management and tourism, and he was made a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Transport in 1989 for his long service. Ron's move into politics came when he was elected onto Purbeck District Council, where he served for 10 years. The family moved to Camphor Cliffs, and Ron was elected to Poole Borough Council in 1988 for Pen Hill Ward. Ron served as Sheriff, Mayor and Deputy Mayor from 2000 to 2002. Ably assisted by Jean as his Lady Mayoress, they raised £60,000 for their chosen charities, Julia's House and the Ashton Unit at Poole Hospital. And in 2000, to mark the millennium, Ron and the late Councillor Les Burden personally commissioned a link for the mayoral chain. Ron used his knowledge, his experience and his interest to great effect on Poole Council, serving on Cabinet with a portfolio of local economy and transport. He was a key player in the building of the Twin Sails Bridge. He chaired the, I always think amusingly named, TC Bag and TAG, amongst many other committees and working parties. His outside bodies, including being the council rep on Bournemouth Orchestra's Council, the LGA, South West Council's Poole Tourism, and he was such a long and committed member of the Poole Cherbourg Twinning Association, they awarded him lifetime membership in 2023. Ron was a really good and skilled negotiator, and he used those skills representing Poole throughout the South West. He had a passion for getting the best for Poole, but he was pragmatic, not ideological. Those councillors present tonight, ex-Poole, and of course those who knew him who served on Bournemouth and Dorset councils, will, I am sure, remember Ron as I did, a man popular on both sides of the chamber, with a gentle sense of humour, who always had a twinkle in his eye. He was kind, polite and thoughtful, but he did enjoy a bit of gossip, and the juicier the better. Ron served until 2019, an astonishing commitment to a town he loved dearly. Sadly, his beloved Jean died in 2015, but Ron's memory lives on through his devoted family, including his 4 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren. Ron lived life to the full, and he's very much missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rampton. That was very, very moving for those of us who did know Ron. Thank you. Members, I would like to ask you if we can stand in just a silent tribute for a minute to Ron. Those of us that can stand, obviously. Thank you. Thank you, members. I have my chairman's announcements here, which I'm going to read out, and I am going to suggest that for the future, I put the chairman's announcements on the agenda so that you can see where I've been and what I've done, and it will be easier than having to read them out here when I have no time to tell you what interesting places I've been to represent BCP. So for tonight, the places I've been to represent BCP, the launch of Christchurch Living Advent Calendar, the Poppy Appeal launch at Bovington Tank Museum, Dorset Legal Service with the High Sheriff, attended by the High Sheriff and myself. I wasn't with the High Sheriff. Health Science University launch, which was attended by Princess Anne and was a very, very good thing to happen to the area. And then the Bournemouth University graduation event, Remembrance, the 2-minute silence. I also went down to Nurturing by Nature in Poole, which oddly is dog food, something that is close to my heart, really. And that was their celebration of a long time in the business. And then Alpine Lodge Christmas launch, very good one. Lunch meeting, an introduction to BCP, to which the Lord Lieutenant came. And the Lord Lieutenant would like to do a lot more in BCP area. He feels that he does a lot more in Dorset, and I think we can certainly encourage him to come over here for us. And then after that, there was a plaque unveiling for the Indian soldiers who lost their lives in the war and who were in this building when it was a hospital. And that was extremely moving. And then Upton House, a celebration of success for their lottery fund work. And then Bournemouth Arts University, it was the Seroptimists event and prize giving for gender-based violence, or to prevent it, obviously. Vice Chairman, did you have anything to add to that?
Just the two, thank you, Chair, which was the Lord Lieutenant's Awards evening and the Remembrance Parade in Christchurch with a service at the Priory. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've represented BCP quite well this last 2 months. Right, agenda item 5, public issues. We know with the Constitution we don't allow discussion on questions and statements. So I can see somebody making their way towards me. I'm hoping that this is Sue Hobbs. Thank you, Sue. Can you put your question? It's a public question. Poole Power Station site, and I believe Councillor Millie Earle will answer.
Good evening. In view of the current housing shortage, what are the Council's plans to ensure that homes, including the significant proportion of social housing included in the original plans, are built on the power station site as quickly as possible? I then have a couple of other questions. Are the Council pursuing grants and funds to pay for the necessary clean-up? And does the Council have any plans to sell all or part of this land? Thank you.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you very much for your question. So the Council has developed a 5-year plan to deliver homes across numerous sites, which includes the former Holes Bay Power Station site. We are working with the national government agency, Homes England, to develop our proposals for the former power station site, which includes maximising much needed affordable housing. It includes interventions such as grants to mitigate the flood risk, remediate the site for development, and establishing partnerships for planning and building out the homes. We're exploring a range of options for how we can bring the site forward at pace. Homes England is fully committed to working in partnership with BCP Council to explore and unlock the regeneration potential of the significant landholding. Recognising the complexity of the site, we believe our collaborative approach can help deliver a landmark, housing-led, mixed-use development that aligns with both national and local objectives. Thank you.
Mr McKinstry has submitted a public question on exempt sessions. Would you like to ask your question? And I believe Councillor Jeff Hanna is going to answer, the portfolio holder for Transformation, Resources and Governance. Thank you, Alex.
Good evening, Councillor Hannah. On the 18th of January 2024, the Planning Committee voted not to enter exempt session to discuss some legal advice, whereupon the monitoring officer stated the advice remained exempt under Schedule 12A of the 1972 Act and could not therefore be discussed openly. Had the committee thought on its feet and tabled a motion that the public interest in the advice outweighed the case for exemption, and had such a motion been carried, could the committee then have discussed the advice openly? In short, can committees overrule officers regarding whether documents are exempt? I ask this question apprehensive that any report into the future places investigation might be withheld from public view or heavily redacted, as was the case with the Bayside report. I note, however, Pembrokeshire Council voted to discuss a fraud case, alleged fraud case, in open session on the 7th of March 2024, thereby overruling their statutory officers.
Thank you, Mr McKinstry. Councillor Hannah, are you going to reply? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr McKinstry, for the question. I'm always wary of responding to hypothetical questions, but I've taken advice from the monitoring officer and will do my best. The exemption applied to the report in question was under Section 5, Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, information in respect of which a claim to legal professional privilege could be maintained in legal proceedings. Had the committee tabled the motion that Mr McKinstry suggests, the monitoring officer, prior to any vote being taken, would have advised the committee about the need to safeguard the Council's legal position, and this may have resulted in an adjournment of the meeting to enable further advice on the implications of any such motion to be provided to the committee. The monitoring officer's strong legal advice is that the Council should not take steps to waive legal professional privilege, as to do this on any one matter has huge consequences for the safety of legal advice across all areas of the Council. All legal advice provided would not be protected by legal privilege and therefore prejudice the Council in any future hearings, meetings, court proceedings, or whatever. As a Council, we employ our monitoring officer to give us professional advice to safeguard the interests of the Council and our residents, and my advice as portfolio holder for governance is to act on her advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Alex Harman, would you like to come forward? Thank you. This is a public question on the plant-based treaty, and if you'd like to ask your question, Councillor Andy Hadley, portfolio holder for climate response, environment and energy, will respond. Thank you, Alex.
I would like to inquire about the progress made since the last Environment and Places ONS committee meeting that was held on the 11th of September. Specifically, I'm interested in understanding the reasons behind the Council's decision to not yet endorse the plant-based treaty. Given the committee's comments regarding ambitious targets and the urgent need for environmental action, I believe endorsing the treaty would be a significant step towards demonstrating commitment to positive change within our community. Therefore, with proposals such as endorsing the plant-based treaty as a symbol of the Council's intent to prioritise sustainability, mandating at least 50%, if not 100%, plant-based food options in all Council-controlled food services, implementing measures to limit unsustainable food advertising, and launching public education campaigns to promote plant-based diets and sustainable living. What is preventing the Council from implementing these actions?
Thank you, Councillor Hadley.
Alex, thank you for your question. The topic of the plant-based treaty has, as you said, been raised and thoroughly discussed by the Place and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee. From a commercial operations perspective, the mandating of 50% plant-based options is being actively considered,
but it needs to be brought forward carefully in line with procurement and the operation team's capability and capacity. Changes in the menu can impact competitiveness and viability in the marketplace, and with the Council's financial position, change must be carefully balanced. Ensuring plant-based options are prominent is being taken forward by the portfolio holder and Commercial Operations Director to examine how we can lift our vegan options whilst maintaining our commercial position. The Council is developing a strategy for advertising in spaces that it controls, and we anticipate this will indeed aim to limit unsustainable advertising. This Council is also seeking to create a positive change by working with the community to educate and support moves towards plant-based diets and sustainable living, but we will need to work with the public on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. Thank you. Mr. Glennon? Thank you. Daniel Glennon, you've submitted a public statement on plant-based food. Thank you. Would you like to give us your statement? Thank you.
The heartbreaking floods that hit Valencia and Barcelona in Spain a few weeks ago, killing 250 people and causing thousands to lose their homes and livelihoods, are a stark reminder that climate breakdown is here now. It's not a problem for future generations to deal with, or that will only affect far-off continents. As the planet continues to warm, such disasters will become more frequent, more devastating, and more widespread. The need to reduce CO2 and other greenhouse gases has never been more urgent. The Council has an opportunity to show real climate leadership by considering becoming a plant-based council. Food accounts for 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions, more than our whole transport system. Studies have shown that vegan diets produce 75% less emissions, and transitioning to a plant-based food system would also reduce land use by 75%, freeing up land for rewilding and carbon sequestration.
Thank you. Thank you. Suhaila Karen Simmons and also Ian Simmons, Eula Simmons and Nadia Hayden have submitted a public statement on twinning, and the Chief Executive is going to read the statements because these are all identical statements, so we think that we will read just the one. Thank you. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a public statement submitted from those four individuals. As a BCP resident, I do not support being twinned with a town in an apartheid state and one that is actively carrying out genocide, and that this twinning arrangement must end now. I was not asked to vote for this twinning in the first instance and deem it very strange that it would have been actioned without residents being involved. That's a public statement from Suhaila Simmons.
Thank you, Chief Executive. And then I believe we have also Elizabeth Elwick, who has also submitted a public statement on twinning.
Just had a message saying she's not here.
We've had a message to say that she is not coming. Thank you. Right, so now we have Tammy Sullivan and Torin van Breda, who have submitted a public statement on the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra. Thank you. Come forward.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tammy, and I'm the Assistant Music Leader of the Bournemouth National Open Youth Orchestra Ensemble, NOYO for short, which is run by the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra here in BCP.
I am Torin. I play for French horn in NOYO.
So NOYO is an inclusive orchestra that's run for young disabled and non-disabled musicians, and it allows the musicians to perform together playing both traditional and newly composed music. One of the things that makes NOYO different is that it brings together old and new instruments. One of them, which we have in our ensemble, is called the clarion, and to play this you can use head or eye movements.
NOYO provides a platform to start making music and then get involved in other things. I am doing a Silver Art Award and help to organize the next concert. NOYO has given me lots of opportunities and has opened the doors, and I recently joined a brass band. Nodo is one of many unique made possible by BSO because of BCP cultural funding, and we want to thank you for your support.
Thank you, and thank you too.
Thank you very much. Now, I believe we have Nick Greenwood with a public statement on the climate emergency. No, not here? Sorry? Oh, right, okay. Chief Exec will read it.
So, Chairman, so this is a public statement from Nick Greenwood. In July 2019, BCP Council joined two-thirds of UK councils in declaring a climate emergency. However, history reminds us that majority consensus does not always equate to a correct stance. As councillors, do you possess the scientific expertise necessary to evaluate whether your advisors are genuinely independent from the influences of political ideology and nepotism that often positions climate change as an undisputed scientific fact? I urge you to consider the courage it would take to establish a scrutiny committee that revisits the critical questions, engaging independent expert climate scientists, either in person or through virtual platforms. This committee could facilitate discussions on the expansion of net zero, which carries significant financial implications. Any gaps in knowledge may lead to decisions made without a solid evidence base, ultimately risking the misallocation of public funds. Let us ensure that our approach to this pressing issue is both informed and judicious. That was a public statement from Nick Greenwood.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Nicola Harris, thank you. You have a public statement on the plant-based treaty. Thank you.
I stood here in July inviting this council to join dozens of cities endorsing the plant-based treaty to address 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions from the food system. Since then, 4 new cities have endorsed it, and I urge BCP to be bold and be next. An open letter in your inboxes today, signed by Dr. Jane Goodall, Chris Packham, Neil Duncan-Jordan, the MP for Poole, and the Bournemouth University Sustainability Team urges you to assess the impact of endorsing the treaty. And let me remind you that recent weeks have brought us flooding, fallen trees, and a cliff fall. Achieving the Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree target is only possible by lowering food emissions. So please make 2025 the year that BCP shows leadership by expressing support for a global plant-based treaty and creates an action plan like the other supporting cities, including Edinburgh, Amsterdam, and West Hollywood. Our future rests in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For agenda item 5, we only have 15 minutes. In fact, we have used our 15 minutes, but it is at my discretion. And as we've got one more person who would like to come forward, I'm going to give that person the chance to put their statement. It's Felicity Porter, submitted a public statement on Muddyford Wood Preschool. Would you like to come forward? Thank
you. Good evening. I am Felicity Porter and I am chair of the Muddyford Wood Preschool. We're being evicted from Muddyford Wood Community Centre in July next year, our home of over 30 years. It is a BCP building leased to the Muddyford Wood Community Trust, who rent us our space. We are a successful preschool, currently serving 70 local families with a waiting list. We have 18 staff, and my 2 elder sons both attended the setting and thrived. I am gravely concerned about the loss of the preschool in Muddyford, both for the local families, but also for all the dedicated staff who are set to lose their jobs. We are working incredibly hard to find a solution for this valuable community resource. We are asking for your support as councillors to help us find a way forward and secure its future for the benefit of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the members of the public who've been here tonight. We now move on to recommendations from the Cabinet and the other committees. And Council, or members, we are asked to consider the recommendations at items 6 to 9. They're going to be taken separately, as set out in the agenda. May I highlight that these are decisions on some of the issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and so are therefore not before the Council. So we're on the Licensing Committee, item 6, which was 19th of September 2024, approval of Statement of Licensing Principles, Gambling Act Policy 2025 to 2028. So Councillor David Flagg, I believe you're going to move the recommendation and Councillor Keddy will second the move. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the Gambling Act 2005 requires all local authorities to review their Statement of Licensing Principles, Gambling Act Policy every 3 years. The Statement of Gambling Policy is one means by which the licensing authority can make clear their expectations of gambling operators and pubs and clubs who site gaming machines, so they can proactively mitigate risks to the licensing objectives, namely preventing gambling from being a source of crime or disorder, being associated with crime or disorder, or being used to support crime, ensuring that gambling is conducted in a fair and open way, and protecting children and other vulnerable persons from being harmed or exploited by gambling. The purpose of the Statement of Gambling Policy is to reflect the local gambling concerns and circumstances, to set out the Council's wider strategic objectives and provide a point of reference for gambling activity. National guidance to support and update the content of these policies is issued by the Gambling Commission on a regular basis. The BCP Council policy is due for review by the end of 2024 for implementation from January 2025. Currently, there are several ongoing consultations within the Gambling Commission that will impact on national guidance issued to local authorities. The Gambling Commission has therefore suggested that rather than a full review of policies this year, local authorities can undertake a refresh of the document and then review fully once the national guidance has been issued. This is anticipated to be at some point during 2025. It is the intention of the Licensing Committee to fully review the policy once the Gambling Commission has updated their guidance. For the time being, the current policy has been refreshed and agreed at the Licensing Committee meeting on the 19th of September 2024 and is presented this evening for ratification by the Council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Flagg. Councillor Keddy, you were going to second this.
Chair, I second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, does anybody wish to speak on this or shall we go straight to the vote? Oops. Right, can we agree that we accept this? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Flagg. Item 7, Cabinet 30th of October 2024, Minute 72, Westborne Plus. Councillor Mike Cox, I understand that you're going to move the recommendation and I believe you have a seconder. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this proposal is really to dispose of the Westborne Plus site in Westborne, obviously, it's already been considered by the cross-party asset disposal working group, and it was endorsed by them. It's been endorsed by the two local councillors, and it's been offered for as an asset to other council departments if they can use it. None has come back so far, and therefore the intention for this council hopefully is to dispose of the property. So I would like to recommend the recommendation to you with one slight amendment insofar as B should, if you delete subject to and then up to 2024, then it'll read as though you're going to approve it. Is that okay?
Thank you, Councillor. I didn't have a word, but never mind. Right. Yes. And you have a seconder? Oh, yes.
Yes,
Thank you,
Chair, I'm
Councillor.
happy to second it.
Thank you. Members, any debate on this item? No? Can we go to the vote then? All in favour? Thank you. Sorry, I could have asked for consensus there. I thought I'd make sure you're all awake. Thank you. That's accepted. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Callum.
Chair, I didn't ask for abstentions. We wish to record my abstention, please.
Sorry,
abstentions.
Oh, right, okay. Are you abstaining then, Councillor? Okay, all in favour then again, we'll start, all again. Except, those against? And abstentions? Thank you, councillors. Sorry to have rushed that through. I didn't realise there would be dissension. Okay. Right, item 8, Audit and Governance Committee. I'm so sorry, Councillor Butt, you wanted to come in there?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wonder if you'd indulge me for a moment. I'm finding it incredibly difficult to concentrate and hear with the noise, regrettably, which is going outside, absolute right, etc., etc. But is there any way they could be moved to the bottom of the car park? Because if that is going to go on all night, I might as well go home now. I cannot concentrate, and I cannot hear either. I'm finding it. I don't know if anybody else. If everybody else is fine with it, then good on you. But I'm not. So I just wanted to raise that. I don't want anybody being in danger or anything like that. But this is really unfair. We had an amazing eulogy from Councillor Rampton, and all we heard in the background was screaming and shouting, and that's incredibly disrespectful to our business, which we carry out for our residents. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. I think you've put into words what we're all feeling. I'll have a little consultation. We're going to adjourn for 5 minutes and the Chief Executive is going to have a word with them. Thank you. Councillors. Members, we'll start again on item 8. I think I can safely say that isn't the police siren. I think it's the people outside. I just wait for these councillors to come through. Right, item 8, Audit and Governance Committee, 28th of November 2024. And it's minute number 54, the review of the Council's constitution and the recommendations of the Constitution Review Working Group. Councillor Marcus Andrews, I understand you're going to move the recommendation, and Councillor Connolly will second the move. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Basically, we have two sets of recommendations, one on the budget setting, the other on some minor changes to planning. We can take separate votes. Members will be aware that at the current time, the budget is considered at an ordinary meeting of the Council, which includes non-budget related business. The meeting back in February adjourned after 4.5 hours, reconvening a week later for a further hour and 40 minutes. That is not a satisfactory way to set the budget, particularly as there were and still are severe budgetary issues to resolve. Members have expressed a desire for a dedicated council meeting to consider the budget items, and this was supported through a recent councillor survey. Indeed, that is the way most well-run councils operate. The feedback from councillor survey showed that 87% of those responding supported an extra council meeting for matters related to the budget. So that is what ANG are recommending to you now. The proposed changes are set out in Appendix 1 to the report. It's on page 99 of tonight's agenda. The effect of these changes is to introduce the annual budget council meeting. Members of the public will still be allowed to ask questions, but they must relate to matters on the agenda, namely the budget. There will thus be an extraordinary full council meeting added to the calendar to deal with other business. On planning, the changes relate to the work of the two planning committees. The starting point is that all planning applications are delegated for officer determination, and then it's a matter of careful consideration as to what sort of applications and what approach there may be for perhaps them being referred to a committee. The first change relates to applications decided by committee, reference reserved matters being applied. The second is a referral of applications where BCP Council actually has an interest in the application itself. And the third being a referral to committee of applications by BCP councillors, where they consider it warrants a planning committee consideration. My Vice Chair, actually the Chair of the Constitution Working Party, will briefly take you through the recommended changes to those items. So they are all set out in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So just to add to that, the Constitution Review Working Group, we have two work streams at the moment. One is identifying ways to improve how we work as a council. So we're grateful for the responses we received to that survey we put out recently. Tonight's proposal is, you could see it as the first step in the response to that survey, and that's the introduction of a separate budget meeting. So that's that first. We plan to come back in the new year with some further proposals around the way we work, things like length of meetings. The second work stream is to listen to proposals from other councillors and from officers for where they believe changes to the Constitution are warranted. So the planning proposals today is one of these, where officers recommend the changes outlined in the paper. The effect of these changes is intended to widen the scope of applications that go to planning committees. We feel it's a good thing for the bar not to be too high for things to get seen by committees, as long as appropriate. So the first change is for reserved matters, where the initial decision was granted by planning committee. These should go back to committee unless it is determined that they should not. Secondly, where BCP Council has an interest in the property, such as landlord, currently it's only major development proposals that would go automatically to planning committee. So we propose instead that 10 representations from third parties would get such an application to committee if BCP Council has an interest, and that is compared to 20 for other applications where BCP Council does not have an interest. So the bar is lower there. And finally, we propose tweaking the criteria around councillor call-in. The words that are currently in the Constitution are potentially contentious, and that's considered to be unhelpful and ambiguous in determining what sort of application would count as as potentially contentious. So the new wording proposed is that would warrant debate and consideration by a planning committee instead, which the idea is that's slightly less ambiguous, less emotive, less loaded term, but should widen the scope of what can be appropriate to bring to planning committee. So the text was considered at the working group and then taken to A&G committee, where I assure you it's discussed by people with a lot more experience of planning than me. There are some very experienced councillors involved who have a lot of experience of planning, and the discussion was that this is felt to widen the scope of what can come to planning committees, but within the bounds of what remains appropriate and proportionate. So grateful for your support for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly. Members, any debate on this? Yes, Councillor Wilson. Oh, whoops.
Sorry. I wasn't expecting to speak on this, but I was just looking at Appendix 1, and I just wanted some clarification because item number 5 of the order of business for the budget meeting is on public issues, and then item number 6 is to agree council tax resolution for the coming year based on the above agreed budget. So does there need to be an item in between that to agree the budget? And also, just there is a spelling mistake for the where it says including Ds and charges. I think that's meant to be fees and charges at 5I. But yeah, just wanted clarification on that. Sorry.
Madam Chair, I might ask Mr Jones to help clarify that query.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Andrews. Sorry, were you going to clarify it for us?
No, I think he asked.
Now, Councillor Wilson, we are not sure up here what you said. Can you repeat the whole thing?
A little slower and a little louder.
Yeah.
It's just between item in the fourth 4.3.2, the order of business for the Budget Council, item number 5 and item number 6. Does there need to be an item in between that to actually agree the budget? It's unclear to me, and there is also just a spelling mistake where it says Ds instead of fees.
I'm going to defer to the officers.
Madam Chair, if it's any help, item E of the recommendation to the committee is that any necessary or consequential technical and formatting related issues and revisions to the Constitution be delegated to the monitoring officer. So if there are some typos, perhaps obviously when we vote on this, that will help sweep that particular item up.
Chair, thank you. Thank you for highlighting that, Councillor Wilson. We will include that. That is a grammatical error that has appeared when the documents have transferred into a PDF document and gone through various iterations of review. So we will put that back in. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So was there any debate apart from Councillor Wilson? Thank you, members. As there was no debate, I don't think the proposer particularly needs to sum up, unless he particularly wants to. No? Okay. Right. Do we have consensus on this to vote it through? Agreed? Thank you. Can I just say as well about the noise outside, which I totally agree with on Councillor Butt's behalf. We have tried and failed to get it muted a bit, but it would help a lot if we all spoke very loudly and clearly. I know we all do anyway, but just we need to get our voices heard. I know that one of the councillors has said to me, this is democracy. This is democracy. We have been elected and we are doing the democratic process. So if we can speak loudly and get through the meeting, that would be helpful. Item 9, recommendations from the Cabinet, 10th of December 2024. There are 3 items from Cabinet today with recommendations to Council, and they have been circulated as a supplementary paper for this evening's Council meeting. Now, I'm assuming and trusting that we've all managed to read these. So minute number 87 is the BCP Council Plan for Play. Councillor Sandra Moore, I understand you will move this recommendation, and then Councillor Andy Hadley will second the move. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Plan for Play has been through Environment and Place overview and scrutiny, an all-member briefing, and was agreed this morning at Cabinet. And here we have a 5-year strategy which provides a programme of investment to replace the worn-out equipment, repair the defects, and dramatically improve play provision right across Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch. Given this Council's difficult financial situation, we propose to phase these improvements. Phase 1 sees an investment of £3.9 million, primarily from strategic SIL, and the good news is that it will include much-needed repairs to faulty play equipment across 120 play spaces. In a nutshell, what we have here is a very welcome good news story. This is a huge opportunity for the most significant investment in play in over 10 years. And I now ask Council to approve the recommendations as stated in the papers. And it's recommended that Cabinet recommends to Council, which we did, the allocation of £548,047 of capital funds from various planning obligations and reserves to the improvement plan. D, the allocation of the 3.39, it's too big a figure to read this out, £3,390,609 from Strategic Community Infrastructure Levy to the improvement plan. And both C and D are subject to receiving the subsequent endorsement of the Director of Finance based on the availability of the necessary cash. Competing with the noise.
Thank you. Very well done. Councillor Hadley, you'll second.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to second this proposal. As Councillor Moore has highlighted, there's been no investment since really across our play parks since Play Builder under the previous Labour government about 15 years ago, and as items have had to be withdrawn from service, that's led to deterioration. Given the revenue freeze, we've not been able to renovate and repair equipment, and this is an opportunity, a really thorough piece of work by officers to identify all of those problems across the estate and to try and do the best for every ward we can across the whole area. So it is a really good news story, and I commend it to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillors, anybody wishing to speak on this? Yes, the Councillor. Thank you.
Hi, I'll try and speak as loud as I can. I want to say thank you to the team for this great piece of work. It's wonderful news that the Council is proposing such a big investment for our parks. I've heard some councillors comment that they're disappointed that more investment is not being made in more affluent areas, where there are destination places that should be maintained. I would argue that we need to focus more on those places that are not destination areas, the locations that are populated by more young people who are residents and are particularly deprived. These people need to have nice, warm, well-maintained parks and green spaces because they don't have a beach on their doorstep and have limited transport and town centre entertainment, and therefore depend on parks and play areas accessible to their homes. I applaud the fact that a new pedestrian crossing is planned for Moore Avenue. However, I am concerned about the fact that it is proposed that 7 play zones in my ward of Kinson, which covers West Howe as well, will be repurposed to green spaces. This reminds me of the ongoing saga of Kinson Baths that was closed and demolished in 2010 with the promise that a new sports area would replace it. Jump forward to 2021 when it was repurposed to a green space, although a large proportion of the site remains tarmacked. Since then, it has been left to become more overgrown and attracts drug dealers, drug users and vandals. Despite a petition signed by over 500 residents back in January, the site is not improved and is still overgrown, an eyesore to the residents who live in South Kingston Drive. How can I and the residents of West Howe and Kingston be assured that those 7 new areas that are going to be returned to green spaces will not also be left to neglect and thus attract drug users and antisocial behaviour? One further point, I have noted with mixed feelings that there is a proposal to spend £200,000 on refurbishing Pelham's Park, which is lovely and amazing. It's the biggest spend in the Kingston ward, but it's on the least deprived area in the ward. Finally, I am wondering about some of the proposed spend on returning sites to green spaces. It is estimated that the cost of turning Mandale, Deacon and Keble Roads to green space is £20,000 each, and the other 4 sites, to return them to green spaces, is £10,000 each. I would really like to understand what work is involved here, and does this really offer our council taxpayers value for money? I just hope that when it is put out to consultation, that our residents are asking these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well done for getting through it. We're going to see if we can get at least the sirens stopping. But, sorry? Yes, Councillor Butt, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With regard to this report, it is an improvement report, so it's an improvement for play. And all power to your elbow to the portfolio holders who've worked to put this together. However, improvement is not defect repair. Did you want me to start again, Madam Chairman?
Yes. Yes, please. Thank you, Councillor Butt.
Okay, this is an improvement report. This is an improvement for our play areas. I'm rather alarmed to see that we have defect repair. How can a defect repair be deemed to be improvement? It should be repaired because it is indeed a defect. The amounts are not large, which is also alarming, and it would see that a lot of these areas are in the less well-off areas of our large conurbation. So could I please have an explanation as to why the phrase defect repair is being used in an improvement plan, and in fact why these defects have not been repaired with regard to health and safety, which I hold very high amongst many of our responsibilities and duties, especially with our young children. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for persevering, Councillor Butt. Yes, Councillor. And then you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and speak up and slowly because someone's having fun with their new toy. But I agree with pretty much everything Councillor Dower said. Whilst it's much welcome, very welcome investment, and I thank Councillor Moore for her work with Mr Whitchurch on the all-member briefing, which I found really good. I just wanted to put on record some of my slight concerns. Obviously, very much welcome the investment into Poole Park and others, Pelham's, and I think that's brilliant. The one I'm concerned about, and I think residents will share the most, is Mandale Park, which is probably one of the biggest parks that's earmarked for closure. I mentioned it at the time, and obviously, like Councillor Dower, I'll encourage as many residents as possible to give their views in the consultation. If it leads to a slightly better park at Poole Park, then not Poole Park, Poole Lane Park, then I'll accept that. And with the smaller parks, I get it looks bad on paper, but on balance, I can understand the logic for closing some of the ones that are just in a small block of flats for the wider benefit. So thank you very much for your work, and thank you as well for the engagement you yourself and others have had in the process and listened to my concerns last time and this time, and I'll encourage all my residents to get involved. So thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Broadhead, you were next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Like other colleagues, I really welcome this paper and I will be supporting it. It's a really good piece of work, and clearly a number of our play areas do need some serious investment. So it's great to see this plan for the future. The one, not reservation I have, but the one thing I would like to see more information on, maybe as part of a wider piece of work, is the funding of this. Because as it outlines in the report, there's 2 ways in which this plan for play is being funded, and they're outlined in Table 1 and Table Table 2 in the report. I think Table 1 is fairly straightforward. It's allocated funding directly for play parks, mainly through things like Section 106 from individual developments, and I think that's absolutely fine. However, the quantum of this improvement plan is being, to the tune of about £3.5 million, is being funded from Strategic Community Infrastructure Levy, Strategic SIL. And as it actually says in 37 of the report, any allocation of strategic SIL to the plan for play, and this is £3.5 million, will have an existing impact on other services and infrastructure improvements across BCP. Now, I'm not going to for 1 second argue against improving and putting money into our play parks, but there is a very limited pot of strategic SIL, and I do think that when we are taking big decisions on money, we should be looking in the round of what that strategic SIL pot is, because as I know from being previous portfolio holder in this area, there is always a pull on infrastructure investment, and there's only so much money we have. So I'll be supporting the paper, but my recommendation would be it would be good to see a little bit more information, maybe as a separate paper, on what the plan for strategic SIL is and what the options might be for future iterations. But I will be supporting this excellent piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Edwards, I think you were planning to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I welcome this play strategy and I will be supporting it, I was very disappointed to see that there was no mention at all of the paddling pools, and especially the one in Redhill Park, which has been there for generations of grandparents, parents. They take their children there over the years, and I think it's a real shame that this facility may well be closing down. And I had hoped that we would have seen the petition tonight that has nearly 5,000 signatures to it to save this very loved amenity that's used not only in Redhill Park but brings in people all over BCP to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Would anybody else wish to speak before Councillor Moore sums up? Oh, Councillor Brown, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief. I think for those of us who've been long-serving, we remember under the previous Labour government, the Play Builder funding between 2008 and 2010, which built a lot of these play parks, and that was really welcome, and built the major play park in my ward, a couple of major play parks in my ward. And I think a lot of us have wondered for a while, what would happen as they age, and we've got they're 15 years old now. So I think it's a really great example actually of how officers have sort of taken our vision and ambitions as a council and translated that into this really meaningful strategy to address that concern. In terms of the use of strategic SIL to deliver it, I think when you're looking at sort of repairs and enhancements to play areas, neighbourhood SIL and other funds are fair enough, but when it's on such a massive scale, a strategic scale to serve the children and young people of our 3 towns, I think it needs to be the strategic SIL that looks at it. And personally, I can't think of a better use of our strategic community infrastructure levy than to implement this strategy to improve that community infrastructure in all of our communities across the town. And I think it's a great example of how the officers have taken what our priorities are and run with it. It's not going to be easy to keep the funding going, but I think it's going to have a real visible and noticeable impact for children and families across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and I can really welcome it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any more members wishing to speak? No. Councillor Moore, would you like to sum up? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Can I first say about the paddling pools? This was mentioned at Cabinet earlier this morning, and paddling pools are completely outside the scope of this strategy, and that was made clear to me right from the start. That weren't included. Consultation that you mentioned is going to start in 2025, but the sort of concerns that you've got, please don't wait for that. Talk to the officers now, because they will be able to work with you to decide which is the most important and everything else. and you know, the two of you could get together, if that's okay, and work with the officers. And I'm sure they'll be able to come up with whichever priorities you do, because what you know the play parks better than we do. So please, you know, feel free to consult. Repurposing costs are based on size and type of site. The defect repairs are included, as we have a current spend freeze on all non-statutory budgets. So they've obviously had to be fenced off, or actually some of them were actually removed for health and safety. But that's the first thing that we're going to be repaired. It's really difficult with this. However, I think that's it, and thank you all for your support. So hopefully you will vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Yes, I appreciate it's difficult, but we are trying our best to get something done about the siren. And as I say, we're a democratic body. We should be able to hear what we're saying. But,
I will keep going, but it was hard.
Yeah, well, I could hear you, luckily for me, up here. Members, can I have a show of hands in favour of this? All in favour? Thank you. Any against?
Oh, is Councillor Cooper against?
Councillor Cooper.
It's close.
Councillor Cooper, you were sort of for and against there, so you are for. Yeah, okay.
Just check there's no abstentions.
Yes, okay. So I'm going to ask again, was anybody against? That's fine, thank you so much.
Check abstentions.
Any abstentions? Yes.
No.
No. Thank you. Right, we're on to minute number 33. Linwood Special School, send post-16 provision. Ted Webster. Councillor Richard Burton, I understand you will move the recommendations, and Councillor Andy Martin will second. So Councillor Burton first. And would it be easier if you sat down to be louder? I mean, I'm not in favour, but...
I'll try standing up, and then if we need to...
Yeah. Okay.
So I've taught in a school and had building work outside.
Hang on, Richard.
You know, it's, I'll try to project.
Councillor Slade, another Councillor Slade.
Terribly sorry, Chair, but I think I may need to declare an interest, so may Councillor Paul Slade, as our child is a pupil at Linwood School. Not this particular one, but part of the school. Would you like us to leave the room? Post-16, he is post-16 as well, but not at this site.
Yes, I'm afraid you must vacate your seats, thank you.
I think Councillor Armstrong has...
Oh, Councillor Armstrong as well, right.
Okay, I think I have an interest to declare with regards to Linwood School. The charity that I work for, AIM Community, has a delivery arrangement. We deliver services in Linwood School.
Okay, anybody else in the category of... Right, is it Councillor Burton? Councillor Burton again, thank you.
Right, thank you, Chair. So I shall be quick introducing this paper because it's been to Children's Over in Scrutiny and Cabinet, where it's received support with that Cabinet this morning. I can always say more than summing up if I need to. Locally, we have a shortage of post-16 places for SEND pupils. I'm looking for council support to convert the former Ted Webster Centre in Parkston into a post-16 satellite provision to the Linwood Special School. The provision will be for 60 students, that's 30 places for their current students who are in unsuitable temporary accommodation, and 30 new places. The cost of the scheme will be about 1.55 million. Approval for this budget is requested. In short, we have a good provider with Linwood Special School, currently classified as outstanding by Ofsted, a BCP building that can be repurposed and need from our young residents. The cost shows good value for money, and the facility can be provided by the beginning of the new school year, that will be September, making a difference very quickly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, I believe you're seconding. That's Councillor Andy Martin. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am seconding. I'll just reserve my right for the moment, if I may. Thank you.
Right, members, any debate on this item? Councillor David Martin.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to say I wholeheartedly welcome and support the recommendation of the full refurbishment. I called this a no-brainer in Children's ONS recently, and I said investment in our young people, creating the right environment where they can flourish in a quality learning provision makes absolute sense. I hope soon, as part of this success that we will no doubt see from this, that further council-owned vacant buildings can be repurposed, refurbished for these same purposes. And I'm in Highcliffe and Watford. We are currently looking to utilise a currently vacant day centre for the exact same purpose. So, yeah, as I said, fully support this and hope that we can get this through nice and swiftly today. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Councillor Bagwell. Right, any more members wishing to debate on this item? Right, so Councillor Martin, did you reserve your right then to speak?
I did, Chair, thank you, but my ward colleague has covered what I was going to say, and I did speak on this at Cabinet this morning, so I'm happy to leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Burton, do you wish to sum up?
I have nothing really further to add, Chair, and thank you for the support.
Right, members, we will go to the vote by a show of hands. All those in favour? Is that unanimous?
Yep, just check.
Thank you. Anybody against?
Nope.
And any abstentions? I think that was a unanimous vote. Thank you. We're going to let the other councillors back in. Councillor Salmon, what would you wish to speak?
I'm an employee of Dorset Healthcare. Does that mean I have to nip out for this next item?
Yes, we're just having a moment to speak to Councillor Salmon. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Salmon, for getting that straightened out. Right, so I believe we are now still on minute 94, transforming urgent and emergency care services. Councillor David Brown, as portfolio holder, I think you will move the recommendations, and Councillor Sandra Moore is going to second the move. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This report, or a report on this project, has already been to Cabinet on the 30th of October, as well as an updated version of the report coming to Cabinet today. And I'd also like to thank Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee for also considering the report last week and endorsing the recommendations. So hopefully members have had some awareness of the plan and a chance to see and understand what the Transforming Urgent and Emergency Care project is all about. I'll briefly introduce it. It's basically a system-wide transformation programme to transform and improve urgent and emergency care services for Dorset residents, involving all of our health and care partners. So it's a partnership project involving BCP Council, Dorset Council, NHS Dorset, University Hospitals Dorset, Dorset County Hospital and Dorset Healthcare, as well as Dorset Health Watch being on the steering group. The aim, we're working with a consultancy called Newton, who since July have carried out a really deep assessment and diagnosis of the way that services are working right across Dorset, and they've identified particular areas where the system could really benefit from being reviewed in terms of working practices and the way our health and care system operates. These are particularly around admission avoidance. So I think in the diagnosis report, they estimated that around 30% of patients being admitted to hospital didn't actually need to be in hospital and were taking up lots of the beds and lots of the resources in the acute hospitals, when actually there were better pathways that they could follow to get the treatment that they needed. And also around discharge from hospitals, when there's often delays in people being discharged while the right care packages and places for them to move on to are sorted out. So those are the two primary areas that are being looked at. But it's really a really wide-ranging partnership project with all of those partners, as I mentioned. The report highlights it's developed over the last few months. So when it came to Cabinet in October, it was to agree the principle to go forward, but we've now managed to develop the draft partnership agreement that all partners are being asked to sign up to, and it needs all of those partners to each agree to go ahead with this. That partnership agreement has been developed. It's in the papers that went to Cabinet this morning. And also calculations have been done on the anticipated benefits across the healthcare system. The overall financial cost for the project will be £9 million, which is detailed in paragraph 18 and 19. The overall cost of the transformation support required is £9 million. In recognition of the substantial impact that the programme will have on the effectiveness of hospitals across Dorset, our health partners led by
Councillor
NHS...
Brown, have you very much longer to go, because you're way over your 3 minutes?
Right. Okay. BCP Council will be contributing about £912,000 to the project, but that will be vastly less than the benefits that will accrue, which are all detailed in the report. I'd be happy to take any questions that members have got.
Councillor Moore, you were seconding, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I agree that there are risks with this project, and I think it's important we get value for money for the council, but as this has the potential to also deliver lots of positive benefits for our residents, I'm happy to second the paper. Thank you.
Councillors, open for debate here. Any speakers? Yes, Councillor Salmon.
So I really like this idea in theory. You know, I think partnership working is a fantastic idea, but I am worried by the prominence Newton's play in this partnership agreement. And I came up at Overview and Scrutiny, and I said it again at Cabinet today, that we haven't seen evidence that Newton's can carry out the kind of complex partnerships being entered into here. So the only specific example that I've been given so far is Leeds, which only involved one local authority, not two. I think it involved 2 or maybe 3 NHS trusts. We've got far more here. 5 to the power, what's the way the maths works? Yeah, 10 to the power 5 is nowhere near as big as 10 to the power 7. You know, this is a much more complex process we're going to be looking at. What really worried me as well, looking at the papers that went to ONS and to Cabinet, was there's no mention of the DICE, the Dorset Information and Insight Service, whatever it stands for, and they really should be front and centre of this. I think there is a better world where this partnership agreement wouldn't be dependent on Newtons as a for-profit contractor to oversee this, but instead we will be upskilling staff in the existing organisations that exist in our current health ecosystem, and that would work much better. This isn't going to be the only partnership we need to bring together between various trusts, and yet we're reliant on Miss Newton's doing it. I think this will turn out to look like, remember when all the PFI happened? And you had all, not PFI, PPI, and you had all of those companies that said they would help you process your claim, and that they would just take a small percentage. They did no real work, and they took massive chunks of the benefit. Here I feel Newtons aren't going to do any of the real heavy lifting, and yet they are going to take a sizable chunk. And not only are they going to take a chunk of the benefit, they will prevent us from upskilling staff in vital parts of these organisations that will make up the partnership, and mean that we will be able to do this again and again and again with other services. We've seen these mergers of different organisations here in this chamber not work out where we've gone out to these third-party contractors. I mean, we are living with those results now with the way planning is still stuck on 3 separate IT systems and all of that. Getting some consultants in doesn't make those hard problems go away or solve them. It just doesn't. I think we need to look at this again and be confident that Dorset Council, as the lead member, really have exhausted all of the options before going to an outside consultancy. And there is one final point. We're told that Newtons won't get paid if we don't see the benefits. Now, much as that sounds very attractive, that means that we will get to a stage where if Newtons don't see a potential return on the work they're putting in, they will just walk away. If I've employed somebody to fix my kitchen sink, and I come home and they've blown up my bathroom, it's no reassurance to me that I've not got to pay them. That mess still exists. Go on there, that's probably my 3 minutes. Could we get the timer up?
No, I'm afraid we're having trouble with the timer, but we are doing the timing from here.
All right, thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. Members, any more debate on this? Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair of the Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I just want to advise the Council that the remarks made by Councillor Salmon just now do not represent the views of the committee. I made the point quite clear at Cabinet this morning what the response from my committee was. Yes, there is concern about the capacity of Newtons. Yes, there is concern that the scale of this is not without risk, but the point has been made several times that we can manage risk. The process is there for us to be able to manage that risk. And no, we don't pay any money to Newtons unless we can see the performance results in the middle of next year. And Cabinet will look closely at that, and the Health and Adult Social Care Committee will look carefully at that also, because the key factor will be to ensure that the Council not only just gets value for money, but this actually can deliver the end results that we want to see as a result of this exercise. And if anybody thinks that Newtons are going to run away from a pay packet of £9 million, I think they're slightly off skew. This is a significant piece of work, and I think Councillor Brown, both at the Health and Adult Social Committee when we met to discuss this and in Cabinet this morning, has offered a series of assurances about the capacity of Newtons, the work that they've done elsewhere, and also that we are going to benefit from the work, not only that they will do, but in fact the work that they have already done as part of the diagnostic exercise. So we are already going to benefit from that work, and we will, because Councillor Brown has reassured us today that Newtons are just not going to do the job and walk away. The whole point of this exercise is to enable staff to do it when they're gone, because we will have to run the service once they're gone. So it's not that we're giving a blank check. This will be closely scrutinised, Chair, and I'll certainly make sure my committee does that. But I wanted to reassure Council that we are on this, and we know that key officers involved in BCP are closely involved in this exercise. So we know we have some degree of influence over the process, and I think we'll continue to do what we are supposed to do and be an effective overview and scrutiny committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more members wishing to speak? Councillor Bartlett. And then... Oh, right. I'm sorry, Councillor. So sorry, Councillor Butt. Getting everybody confused here. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I must admit, although Councillor Salmon is very clear in his definition of what he feels will and will not work, I do have some concerns, and I think those concerns were clearly stated by the chairman of the Scrutiny Committee. However, saying that various notes of risk and balance are being put in place, that's good, but what are they going to be? Who is going to oversee this? Who's going to oversee that this actually happens, and how will it be done? Are audit and governance going to be looking at the fiscal side of things? Is it going to be a regular attendance on agendas? And how often will the council be able to monitor it? Because this is a huge amount of money. But it is an impossible situation because you do have to start somewhere. And in the past, I've been around 26 years, and we've had some huge errors. I know Councillor Moore will remember a couple we've had in the past of investments which haven't gone well with regard to schools, but we've had some amazing successes as well. So it's just making sure that we are successful in this. I think we're in the good hands of the chairman, who's certainly got a handle on it, but I think the public would certainly like to hear about what are those checks and balances going to be, and can they be clearly stated so the public can have an understanding of what's going on and we can stay ahead of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Now, Councillor Armstrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a point of clarification with regards to intellectual property. And I can see, looking through this, it defines in terms of suppliers and buyer and who owns the property. But in terms of us scaling up and taking this forward after the involvement of the consultants, I just want to check that there is nothing within the R agreement, and I'm not a legal person, I just want to check that there is nothing that would adversely affect the council and its partners in terms of the ownership of that property. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers? Councillor Brown, then, would you like to wind up before we go to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Chair of Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny. And I think it's very right. This whole project is very much in tune with the new government sort of statements, the Secretary of State for Health, his statements on transforming the NHS and the priorities that he has and that the new government have for the NHS. So it's very much in tune with their approach. And he's quite right, it's not without risk. Partnership working can often be difficult, but I'm quite confident the meetings I've had across the integrated care system, sitting on the integrated care partnership, our partners, I think our NHS partners are very aware of the difficulties and the challenges delivering this, but they're all sort of wanting to progress with it. They need to progress with it because we need to sort of implement this to make the whole new way of working be successful. Just in terms of the question that was raised about monitoring, there is a steering group of all of the parties that are involved in it. to be honest, I mean, BCP Council is a minor party. We'll be contributing a total of £912,000, and that should produce about £3.6 million of annual savings in terms of the financial savings, which is nothing like the actual benefit for our residents, who will benefit from shorter hospital stays and not needing to stay in hospital at all, potentially. So there's massive benefits for our residents, but just thinking about the financial benefits, we should have about £3.6 million ongoing financial benefit. But across all of Dorset, across the health and care system, I think that's estimated to be around £28 million a year financial saving across the... So it's predominantly our NHS partners, so they will be driving the sort of monitoring effectively, but there will be regular steering group meetings of all of the partners within it. I think there are weekly meetings anyway through the project with Newton from the steering group to make sure that the project is going to plan, etc. But yeah, all the partners will be meeting, and it will be for those partners really to sort of feedback on the difference that's being made, and those will be the statistics and figures which ourselves at BCP Council on Health and Adult Social Care will be able to scrutinise and review and question. And actually, it's really helpful that the paper's come to Cabinet, it's come into Council and is being scrutinised by our scrutiny committee, because that helps us as partners to put pressure on Newton, that Newton can't sort of get away with stuff or say, well, we're going to just go and do this, because they know they're being watched. They know there's a democratic oversight to this project, and questions will be asked to make sure that they're delivering what they say they can. And just to quickly add to that, we know that they've worked at a number of authorities, Leeds, Birmingham, Essex, and locally Gloucestershire, Somerset and Swindon, I'm aware, have had good working relationships with them and actually delivered substantial savings in their care areas. So.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Members, we will go to the vote. Show of hands in favour, please. Yes. Those against? And any abstentions? And also Simon. That's carried. Thank you, members. Item 10. The review of the political balance of the Council, the allocation of seats on committees to each political group, and the appointment of councillors to committees and outside bodies. Councillor Millie Earle, as leader, I understand you will move the recommendation, and you have a seconder.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So following the result of the Muscliffe and Stroughton Park ward by-election on the 24th of October and welcoming Councillor Toby Slade as a member, Council is asked to consider and approve a revised political balance, which is the allocation of seats on committees and appointments to outside bodies. The committee seat allocation includes a swap on Audit and Governance Committee from the Bournemouth Independent Group to the Conservative Group. To get the balance right, it is then necessary to change the allocation of one seat on the Dorset and Wiltshire Fire and Rescue Authority from the Bournemouth Independent Group to the Poole People Group, and to reduce the number of seats on the Lower Central Gardens Trust Board from 5 to 4 by removing the seat allocation to the Poole People Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Cox.
I'm happy to second. Thank you. And reserve my right.
Thank you. Members, any debate on this? I can't see any hands going up. Well then, Councillor Cox, you've reserved your right. Do you actually want to speak before the leader sums up?
No, I'm happy to waive it in this case.
That was even more reserved. Leader, then, do you want to sum up briefly?
I just hope that we can accept this report. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Do we have consensus on this? Agreed? Thank you. Right. Now, should we get through this allowances? Item 11. Members' Allowances Scheme. I'm going to ask Richard Jones, Head of Democratic Services, to introduce this paper. Mr Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Further to the interim report shared with Council in July, the Independent Remuneration Panel, IRP, has now submitted its report for consideration by Council. This has come directly to Council and has not been shared prior to this meeting with any councillors. Unfortunately, the chair of the IRP was unable to attend this evening's meeting in person to present his report. I'd just like to also just draw attention to an error in Appendix 2 on page 141. The IRP's proposed SRA for the leader should read £40,000 on that appendix and not 16,000. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. Now, as the Vice Chairman and myself are apolitical in the Council, I'm going to move the recommendation as the Chairman of the Council, and I'm going to ask Councillor Ball as Vice Chairman to second the move. So, members, I am moving this recommendation. Councillor Ball.
Happy to second that recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Members, debate. I'll go to the leader first.
So, thank you, Chairman. This is obviously a decision which no councillor wants to make, and although the independent panel is exactly that, independent, the decision lies with us as members to debate and collectively choose the outcome. Let's be clear about what this paper is asking us to do, which is to find an extra £77,000 in an already impossible budget. We've heard from the portfolio holder both last night and today at scrutiny and at Cabinet that this Council's budget is still under significant pressure. And as we proactively tackle external pressures such as government's national insurance rise and the increase in minimum wage, we shouldn't be spending money on members' allowances or anything else before we know exactly where it's going to come from. There is simply too much uncertainty to accept the proposals right now. We don't yet know what the Council's revenue settlement will be from central government for next year, and although I appreciate the government's proposals to reset the relationship between central and local government, until I see the result of that settlement on paper and fully understand the consequences on the services we deliver and the impact on residents we are elected to serve, I can't endorse the recommendations from the panel. Because of that, I'd like to propose an amendment, and that's that Council considers the attached report and Appendix 1 and its recommendations, and instead of adopts, it would be rejects the proposed scheme of members' allowances for BCP Council as set out in Appendix 2. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder for the amendment, Leader?
Yeah, I second it and reserve my right to reply in debate.
Thank you, members. So you've heard an amendment already to the report. Do I have a speaker on the amendment first? Councillor Howell.
I've been a councillor for 14 years, which is probably far too long. Certainly long enough to see this charade go around several times. The reason we have an independent panel is because members get very fraught when allowances are discussed, and the leaders and administration of whatever time worry particularly because they perceive that they will sustain political damage from reporting in the press, which doesn't actually ever portray, the complex and large amounts of time that councillors put in to their duties. All of us know here that if the councillor role is performed well, it is very onerous, and the amount, if it was equated to a wage, falls well below the minimum wage. It is impossible for us as individual councillors to properly assess where we sit against other authorities and what is an appropriate amount for us to receive in allowances. And it's not appropriate for us, to play political games either. We have an independent panel so that this takes it away from councillors. If a councillor doesn't want to, take their increase or any part of their allowance, if they feel that they are resourced comfortably from elsewhere, they don't have to take that allowance. But there are a lot of particularly working councillors who sacrifice income from their day jobs in order to do this role, and I know many of them are unhappy with proposals to postpone this. So what I propose to do is to object to an amendment, and if this proceeds to a vote on the actual original motion, which is to follow the advice of the independent panel, that's what I will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say that I've actually been a councillor or on the edge of being a councillor for 41 years now, and I've seen allowances starting off tied to the amount of time and attendance that people put into meetings. I've seen it reduce dramatically during that time. I've seen it creep up, and I've seen it leap up. In all that time, I have seen some individual councillors in different roles that are worth every penny and more of their allowances, and I've seen some that I don't think have been worth as much. And I do think that this hasn't addressed the difference in effort put in by individual councillors, but I'm going to support the amendment for one simple reason, besides the fact that I'm quite well known for proposing freezes in the past, and that is that we are in the middle of a pay review, a pay and rewards debate at the moment. It's not been solved. There are a few members of staff that actually face ultimately a pay cut, and the negotiations are still going on, and I don't think that we should consider this whatsoever until after that proposal has gone through and it's sorted. After that, I think we can, look at it, but I do think that between now and that time, I think we should actually work on ways of making the system a little bit more reflective of the amount of time and effort people put in, because there are some people who attend all the briefings, attend all the meetings they should attend, and they get no more than those who do the absolute bare minimum, and I think that needs to be addressed in the future. So I will support the amendment and hope that it gets through.
Thank you. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. It's horrible, this, isn't it, when you have to debate what your own allowance is, and I don't think anyone in this room likes doing it. I've said the same thing for years, ever since I became a councillor, and I feel like being a councillor should be something which you are remunerated for in a way that means you don't have to make a choice to give up work or take a cut in income, and we want the best people to be doing this job, and in order to get the best people to be doing this job, you need to pay people to do this, who are going to sacrifice working hours in private jobs, whatever else it might be. And we don't end up with the continued criticism which we always get levelled against us, which is greedy councillors, snouts in the trough, it's just topping up pensions, it's this, it's that. It's hard work, and it deserves to be rewarded for the hard work that it is. And I do see what Councillor Trent is saying. A lot of councillors do not put in the same work as other ones, and that's a case for the ballot box, not for what we get for this role. So I will be voting against this amendment, but I do really take into consideration what the leader has said with this, and what Councillor Trent has said, that it's a really difficult time to be talking about, spending more money on what we're doing, particularly while there's pay and reward going on, particularly while we don't know what our settlement's going to be. So should this amendment either pass or fail, I will move that we defer this paper and we revisit it in the future, rather than just reject it outright, that we come back to it at a time when we know what the settlement is, and we know what the pay and reward is, and we know what we're looking at with the current government, how they're going to be funding councils, and really take this seriously as how we want to attract the right people into representing their communities. Thank you.
Councillor Aikenhead, I think you're next.
Thank you, Chair. So the first thing I wanted to say is I believe that the independent body that looked at the amount of work we do and made these recommendations, I can't help thinking they must have been influenced by the fact that we do need to do a lot of work, and I believe that some of the work we do is a little bit unnecessary. So I feel that sometimes we are trying to find out who we want to talk to in the council, and it's taken us longer than it needs to, that we're not able to work in the most efficient way as councillors. And we've spent all this effort looking at how we can make things more efficient within the council. One thing I think we should be doing is looking at how we can make the job of the councillor more smooth, more easy to do, how we can make the relationship we have with the officers an easier relationship so that we can deal with people's problems quicker, and also to look at what problems people come to us with, and if people are coming to us with the same problems, can we resolve those problems so that we don't have so many people coming to us? So I do think there's things that we can look at that makes the councillor's role an easier one to do, so that then the independent committee will not need to pay, will not need to recommend so much money. I'd also like to say, well, I'd definitely like to say that I will be supporting the amendment because I do think that this paper is totally inappropriate for us to be making these increases at a time when we are pretty much running out of money. But I would also like to say, in terms of procedure, I think it would have been very helpful if we could have had a recommendation come to this council about what we should do, rather than having a recommendation from officers and then amending the motion to say we don't want to do it after all. And I think that if in future I move an amendment and somebody tells me that you can't have an amendment that's a direct negative, I will use this as an example to show that you can.
Councillor Aitkenhead, I'd like to clarify that officers are not involved in this. It is totally independent.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Cooper, I'm sorry you were next.
That's all right. People have said really good things. I don't really disagree with most of it. And one thing that I would like us to do is empathise with what's going out there in the real world with the cost of living crisis, the winter fuel allowance for people. I was chatting to two council workers who were putting up a sign in Ivor Road, because if I see a council worker working, I always talk to them and connect and ask them how they're feeling, how they're doing. They were really fed up. They'd already lost a week's holiday, and they'd already been informed that they had a pay cut. These are the people that keep us afloat. All the people in our constituencies, the people that we represent, are suffering an economic crisis unfounded for, really. There's the fuel crisis, the housing emergency, the price of petrol, the price of utilities, people getting evicted right, left and centre. We hope these things change in the future. Young people that have got no resources being put into them because the money's gone. So whether we need more money for what we do because of our commitment to the communities is a totally different debate, which is much bigger than us and much bigger than this chamber. That's about the function of local democracy, where we come from in the grassroots application of our skills and knowledge and caring abilities to see to the needs of the people that we care about, and what is our reward for that. That is a different, much bigger thing. So morally, at this point in time, this is wrong. I'm sorry. So I vote to reject it, as we do, and just hope we rethink this. And if we have got a contribution to make to the bigger picture, let's work on that. What is the role, what is the function, and what is our part to play in it as local councillors? How is it going to be funded at a local, regional and national level in the future? Because giving ourselves a pay rise now is an existential threat to people trusting us as local councillors. Thank you.
Yes. Members, I'm going to ask you that we adjourn, but that you don't leave your seats while the Chief Executive consults. Thank you, members. I'm going to hand over now to the leader for clarification.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't do very well and clearly didn't check my amendment with the monitoring officer beforehand and just assumed I could make changes to it like a normal motion. However, I think what it means is that this can't sit as an amendment. It is the substantive, but it is my opinion that we should vote against this. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead, did you wish to speak? Oh, I won't say how unusual, Phil, but how unusual. Yes, okay. I always like to hear from you. Is anybody else wishing to speak? Is this Councillor Rigby? You've already. Yes, you've already spoken, Chris.
As I thought I was speaking on the amendment rather than the substantive, I'd like to raise a motion without notice about this, if that's something I can do.
Yes, go on then.
In that case, it's in the Constitution as the procedure rules 11.1.4, and that's reference to the Council, a committee, subcommittee or the Cabinet for consideration or reconsideration. And I'd like to propose that Council reconsiders this at a future date once we know the outcome of the settlement and the pay and reward, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Just waiting for a minute.
a valid motion. Does he have a seconder?
Yes. Councillor Rigby, so your motion is valid, that you're saying that we defer consideration to a future date. Do you have a seconder for that, first of all? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to second that proposal. This council pays a lot of money to the independent review body to do the work that they do, and members like myself have given up time for the interviews explaining exactly what goes on. In view of the licensing committee, in the previous administration, Madam Chair, the model was that the chairman or the vice chairman had to be at a licensing subcommittee meeting every time. Now, at the beginning of this term of office, we debated in full committee the requirement, and it was agreed by the full committee that should be rejected and a new model formed. And I'm happy to say that over the last 18 months or so, the licensing committee has run very smoothly. We've offered a chance for all members to step up to the plate and have a go at chairing the meetings, the subcommittee meetings. And if members will look at the report, it notes that the SRA for the chairman be reduced, and that the SRA for the vice chairman be omitted. And I'm happy to support that amendment on the grounds of that the committee, as far as I'm concerned, has worked very well, and I'm happy to accept the proposals of the independent committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before we have any further discussion on this, Councillor Rigby, could I ask you to clarify? I think you said a future date, but I think we need to have a bit more than that. Is it simply after pay and reward has been done?
Do I have to specify a future date? Or can it just be at council at a future time when it sees fit to?
31st of February is the day after. We should know the pay and reward by.
I think it'd be helpful, Chairman, if I might, just to have a bit more indication. So once pay and reward has been resolved, or once the budget is known, or the budget has been set, or just some indication of timescale would be helpful.
In that case, can I say once pay and reward has been resolved?
Right. Thank you, Councillor Rigby. So I'm going to say it's deferred until after the pay and reward schemes have been resolved. Is that fine? And that your seconder is happy with that? Yeah, okay. Right.
Happy with that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Members, so now we have this to debate. The motion is to defer this report, which is in front of us, defer consideration of this report until after the pay and reward schemes have all been resolved. Have I got any hands up? So, Councillor Cox. Can I just ask that when you do put your hands up, you let me see it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a lot of the speeches today have been very good, and I agree with virtually all of them, frankly. I very much think that we should accept the recommendations of the independent panel, because as Councillor Flagg has already said, we paid a lot of money for them to do it, and they've done a lot of work, and therefore we should be able to do that. However, and can I also say, for the record, we should, on record, thank them for their work, because I don't think anybody's done that yet. They've worked very hard. They've interviewed a lot of councillors, and we should, publicly thank them for that work. I want to support the amendment because I had a similar amendment all lined up myself, and because it's an unusual situation, because I'm going to be voting differently from my leader, but I feel certainly that the councillors deserve that pay rise. However, as the portfolio holder for finance, I don't think we can have it now because of the finances are very tight, And also because of the issue that's already been raised about pay and reward. I don't think it would be completely wrong for us to take anything until that issue has been done. And it's staff are our most important asset, as we already said this morning, and we should respect their position at the moment and their uncertainty and the way that it's going at the moment. So I would support the amendment because I think that's a good amendment and we need to think about it when the time is right. Thank you.
Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. If we're voting to debate and vote on this deferral, then we'll support the deferral. But I want to make it clear that I would have supported absolutely what the leader said. This is no time to be making this increase at all. And if we'd had the vote on rejection, I would have rejected the independent report. If we're paying a lot of money for these people, frankly, Chair, I want my money back because it is a flawed piece of work. The report does not include representations that I made. It doesn't even report that the fact I was there. But I met the independent panel along with Councillor Bartlett and the chairs of the other scrutiny committees, and I made the point quite forcefully that I felt the scale of allowances, the way in which all of those different allowances are distributed, was completely wrong. It's unbalanced and it's unfair, and it does not represent, coming back to Councillor Trent's point, it does not represent the work which is undertaken, the different levels of work that are undertaken by these roles. And in preparation for this meeting, I was trying to find a way of unpicking that. But actually, I found it really quite hard, and that's why I come back to the point of actually rejecting it. So I support the deferral, but pay and reward's not the only issue. You know, the financial situation of the council is going to outlast the pay and reward issue. And it will not solve the imbalance in the distribution of the allowances. We need to find a way of ensuring that those allowances are corrected, because I do not believe that they are. And at the moment, I can't find a way of saying, do you know what? That's wrong. That allowance on that particular job is imbalanced and it needs to be corrected. I need to be able to find a way of doing that. So at some point, Chair, we have to find a way of starting again and looking at those allocations of allowances again, because they are, in my view, unbalanced. And just to repeat the point that Councillor Cooper's raised, you know, the public outside are going to look at this askance if we're even thinking about rewarding ourselves at this time. It is completely inappropriate.
Thank you, Councillor. I think there's an issue there with attempting to quantify how much work many of the councillors in this room put in their wards rather than in committees and in this room. But that's obviously a topic for a later date. Do we have any more speakers? Right. Well, we've got a motion before us, which is to defer acceptance of the report until after the pay and reward has been finalised. So we need, first of all, a show of hands, all in favour. Thank you, members. Still counting.
51. Yep,
Thank you. No, it's all right. We've done it now. We've both got the same number. Those against? And abstentions?
Just one.
Thank you. So that was carried.
So it's carried, so it's deferred.
So the motion to defer has been carried. Thank you. Members, I think it's about time for our comfort break. So, 20 minutes? 9:30, I think, if you could come back, please. Thank you, members. We're live again now. Item 12, non-compliance with standards complaints process determination. Councillor Vanessa Ricketts, I understand you're going to move the recommendation, and Councillor Chapman-Law is going to second the move. Councillor Ricketts, then, please.
Thank you. Yes, we do take standards very, very seriously, and I'd like to move the recommendation as set out in the report. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman-Law, you're going to second.
Happy to second.
Right, members, do we have any debate on this item? I think the answer is no. Right, are we all in agreement on this then? Can we have consensus? Agreed. Right, thank you. That was item 12 then. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Councillor Dove, what did you say?
So
But are you going to debate? No. So we're just going to have a vote. A show of hands then, members, please. All in favour? Sorry. Those against? Okay. Thank you. That was carried. Thank you. Item 13, Hearn Neighbourhood Plan. Councillor Earl, I understand you will move the recommendation, and I believe Councillor Phipps is going to second. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm delighted to present this paper on the Hearn Neighbourhood Plan. I'm sure many of you as councillors will understand that neighbourhood plans are not easy even just to agree the boundaries, let alone to then actually agree the plan itself. And a huge amount of work goes in by members of the community to really take control of their area and the destination it's heading to in terms of those local planning matters. I just want to raise that the fact that this plan has been through the examination process and then also been through referendum, I think it's a real achievement for anywhere to actually get a neighbourhood plan in place, and that is down to the hard work of often, you know, a smallish group of individuals in a community acting and working hard on behalf of everyone else for the improvement of their local area. So I'm really, really pleased to put this to Council, and I hope that the recommendation to approve her neighbourhood plan is accepted. Thank you.
Councillor Phipps to second.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very happy to second this proposal. I'd just like to say I'm so very pleased and relieved that the Hearn neighbourhood plan has finally reached its concluding stage. I've been involved in it all the way through. It has taken over 4 years and a huge amount of effort from Hearn residents and parish councillors to put this plan together. I chaired the steering group, and we applied for grants to fund the process and also engaged a planning consultant to help us. We could never have done it on our own. Hearn Parish only has a small electorate of 581 with 264 households. However, it's one of the most rural communities within BCP, and it covers a huge area of just over 8 square miles, comprising mainly of protected heathland, forest, river terraces, floodplain, and farmland, with the centre of the village being the conservation area. It also includes the extensive and very important to BCP area of employment land associated with Hearn Airport and the adjoining business park. So, if approved tonight, the plan will become part of the statutory development plan for our area, and this statutory status will give the Hearn neighbourhood plan some weight in the BCP planning process, and its policies will be taken into account alongside our local plan when planning decisions are made in Hearn Parish. There's been, as was said, extensive consultation with local residents and businesses, and this is their plan. Also, as also said, being through the government's independent examination process and accepted in a local referendum to get us to where we are now. I've been a Hearn Parish Councillor for a very long time, 1995 actually, and I passionately believe we should listen to and support our communities. And that is what this plan is about. So I do hope you will vote tonight for adoption of the neighbourhood plan and also approve the BCP decision statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Anybody wishing to speak? Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to say very much, but I just, as a Hearn resident, I just want to pay tribute to Councillor Phipps for the huge amount of work she's done to do this, and it wouldn't have been done actually without her. So thank you very much for that. Cheers.
Any more speakers on this before we go to the vote? Councillor Andy Martin.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Councillor Cox's comments. As a fellow Christchurch Independent, Margaret is brilliant. Some of you may know or may not know that we have a nickname for her. We have a sort of middle name for her. So it's Margaret. We're not having it Phipps. In this case, it's Margaret. We're definitely having it Phipps. So congratulations to her for getting this through. She's a real stalwart in her ward. And what she also probably hasn't told you, that she knows every single one of the 581 residents in the parish by name. So, and also, sorry, finally, she's done a fantastic job, as you all know, on our local plan. And I think that just deserves recognition as well. Thank you.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to echo the points made about the work that's gone into the neighbourhood plan, working on the Christchurch neighbourhood plan. Hopefully it'll be as successful as this one. Just a point of clarification, and she may not be having it, but she referenced Hearn Airport. I think it's actually now known as Bournemouth International Airport. So I hope that's been corrected. Thank you.
Any more speakers? Shall we go to the vote then, members? All in favour? Councillor? I think that's unanimous. Thank you. Right, we're now on to agenda item 14, notices of motions in accordance with Procedure Rule 10, and we've got the first one, housing targets. Councillor Philip Broadhead, I call upon you to move your motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And in the spirit of carrying on the Love Fest for Councillor Phipps, I'll do exactly the same, because this does talk about the local plan. And I'm quite proud of the work that we both did when we were in administration and then carried on by Councillor Phipps in bringing forward our local plan. I think we did that in a genuinely cross-party way. I know there are a few bits that we all tussled with at the end, but as I'd said in the motion here, it was aspirational, but broadly realistic in where we ended up, and that is currently in there for examination. And as it outlines in this motion, that was based on an independently assessed piece of work about the actual housing need for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. So housing needs assessment that was done by somebody else that looked at the actual numbers that we needed to plan for over the lifetime of the local plan. And that was a local decision. It was given to us as a local decision, and the figure that we arrived at was 1,600 homes per year across the life of the plan. And as it says in the motion, that is aspirational. That is a 35% increase on the maximum number of homes that we'd ever delivered in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Much needed homes, but you know we need to be building as many as possible, and that's what we were doing in that. But crucially, we also had the local ability within the local plan and the old rules to protect the areas that we wanted to protect, particularly our crucial green belt, which not only provides really good nature space and places for people to enjoy, but does what a green belt is supposed to do and prevents that urban sprawl and presents a sanctity of what we consider to be the three towns of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. What I'm trying to do with this motion is to push back against some of the plans that have been put forward, proposed by the new government in the revised and revisited National Planning Policy Framework, which essentially undoes the ability for this to be a local decision and enforces new national formulas for the numbers of homes that we'll have to build in BCP. And the number that the government has come up with is almost 3,000 homes per year. That is triple the number of homes that we've ever delivered in our best year and double the number submitted in our submitted local plan. And what we've also heard from conversations that we've been having with government is that this is non-negotiable. This is going to be put upon us, and if our current local plan succeeds, we'll have to do an uplift document to meet these new homes, and if our current local plan fails at inspection, we'll have to start all over again. Now, as a previous portfolio holder on this, I can guarantee you that the physical and social fabric of the whole of BCP will change if we have to plan for these numbers. And I fundamentally think that it's unfair that we have that decision taken away from us and enforced upon us by government. It will mean the complete scrapping, I think, of all of our green belts. That affects those clearly that back onto the green belt. But let me be clear, for anybody else that isn't in the green belt, this will mean an ultra-densification and therefore a complete change of every aspect of BCP. So as outlined in the motion, I would like to therefore get the Council to agree that we strongly think that how housing targets should remain decided locally. It should be a local decision, not dictated by government. To ask the lead member for local plan delivery to write to the Shadow Secretary of State, to ask her to think again on these plans, to inform her that we strongly oppose the new centrally imposed figure of 2,962 homes per annum being forced to be built in the BCP Council area, and tell her that we want our green belt be protected and not redefined as this new term as grey belt, which is just another way of saying build on it. And we'll also ask the Council to publicly publish its formal response, which I'm sure it's done, to the government's consultation to the revised NPPF. One final point, which isn't in this motion.
You have gone over your time.
Okay, super quick. It is also very worrying, not in the motion, that we heard from the Deputy Prime Minister over the weekend, at the very evening that we have decided to strengthen our planning committee, that there are further plans to undermine local planning committees as well, which I'm very much against. Not in the motion, but I submit the motion to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Now, I believe Councillor Toby Slade is your seconder.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it sweet because it's my first speech. I second this important motion, and I do so not only as a councillor, but as someone who has recently spent a great deal of time listening to the residents across Muscliffe and Stratton Park during the recent by-election. Residents rightfully expect me to stand up for their ward and represent their concerns, especially on matters as significant as the protection of our greenbelt. Supporting the motion is a clear demonstration that I'm here to advocate for their priorities and ensure their voices are heard on decisions that will shape the future of our community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I can call on any member who wishes to speak now. Yes, Marcus, thank you.
Thank you. There is a housing emergency in this country with 1.3 million households on social housing waiting lists across England, over 140,000 homeless children in need of good quality and generally affordable social homes. We need at least 100,000 social rent homes delivered every year in England for 10 years to end homelessness and house most of the people on the waiting list. To get the new social rent homes we need a comprehensive plan. The government can implement a small but crucial part of this problem, and by namely tackling the large number of privately owned long-term empty homes. Based on the government's own figures, there were 2,165 long-term empty homes in BCP in 2023. Shockingly, there are 1.2 million vacant dwellings nationally, about the same number as homeless. As an attempt to tackle that number, the new government could invest £1.25 billion in central government grant funding to rapidly convert 10,000 empty homes into social rent homes in the first 3 years of office. There are challenges in implementing an empty homes programme, so it can only form part of a wider programme of mass social house building. To be suitable for use for social rent, empty homes must be well located in easy reach of health, education, transport facilities, etc. Shelter, published a 10-city plan model showing what can be achieved earlier this year. Angela Rayner will be aware of this document. It showed what it could look like for 10 cities, including the BCP area. Newcastle, Bristol and Plymouth were some of the others. As such, I would like the letter that the proposer is asking the lead councillor for local plan to send to be improved by adding a fourth bullet point at the end of verse 3 as follows. Tell her to take urgent action to consider the number of empty homes in an area in calculating the local housing numbers and to outline plans to bring such homes back into use. Thank you.
Councillor Trent, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Chairman. I have to say that when it comes to housing policy, the last general election...
Councillor, I'm sorry, Councillor Porthead, what did you say?
Chairman, I think Councillor Andrews made an amendment to that point. I was just going to say, as a proposer, I'm happy to accept that.
Was it I didn't realise it was a formal recommendation.
No, it wasn't an amendment. If he's happy to incorporate it in the seconder as well, then I'm not wanting to make an amendment and delay matters.
I think it's a good point.
Well, I think you're both in agreement there, whatever it was. Councillor Trent, do carry on.
Right,
I'm so sorry.
right. Hopefully I can continue. I think at the last general election, I think we were between the devil and the deep blue sea because both major parties were proposing increasing housing targets and changing the planning system to make more housing more deliverable. I think they both got it wrong because predict and provide isn't providing the kind of homes that we desperately need. And I think Marcus did briefly touch on it, that what we actually need are social homes, council homes, because the whole housing market is completely distorted, and just providing more of the same of whatever the developers want to come up with isn't what's going to sort the situation out. I think the situation will be sorted out if we have more of the kind of homes that we actually need. So rather than have arbitrary targets, which I'm sure there'll be developers out there that'll be rubbing their hands with glee, I think we should have targets for the level of social housing to be provided and the ability to deliver the social housing, and not have the situation that I had at practically every planning committee I sat on, where a developer was saying, well, we can't actually afford to provide half a dozen social units within that development because the sums don't add up. I think we actually need something to support that rather than arguing about the targets. I think the targets are the wrong way about it, and I really think we need to be building more council houses for the people most in need, and that will actually alter the whole housing pattern and restore the difference between what a person earns and how much they need to raise in a mortgage. When I was, younger, it was 2.5 to 3.5 times income. Now it's about 12 times income, and that actually is a failure of the policy of both major political parties in housing. So I think that's where the effort should really be.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Canavan, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure Councillor Broadhead won't be surprised to hear that I'm opposing this motion. He's right about one thing, that there is a proposal to change the way the planning committees work, and that was announced quite recently. I've stood in this chamber before, Chair, and have tried to make the point, as diplomatically as I can, that as soon as your local plan has been through the planning inspector, it will be immediately out of date. And it will have to be rewritten. And whether you like it or not, and whether you agree with me or not, you have got national targets coming down the track at a speed you don't seem to recognise. You will have national targets. You will have a new national planning policy framework. And you will have a new system to unblock the planning system. And the reason is this government was elected on a programme of building 1.5 million houses, and that's what it will do. And it needs to unblock the planning system in order to be able to do that. So the total number of homes granted planning permission per year collapsed from 302,000 in 2021-22 to 236,000 in 2023. Under the last Conservative government, only 20% of decisions on major applications were made within the statutory 13-week period. And in June 2024, decisions on average took 4.2 years, as opposed to 2.6 years previously. So we have a planning system, Chair, that is broken. So please, you can write to whoever you want to. I could probably even draft the reply, but it will not change the direction of travel on this government. So please feel free to do what you want and write to who you want. We will oppose this motion because it's contrary to government policy, a policy on which Labour government was elected and a policy on which this Labour government will deliver. Thank you.
I think Councillor Phipps indicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So I completely agree with this motion and the amendment. And as the lead member for local plan delivery, I would be very pleased to write to the Secretary of State as suggested. You just brought up, the last speaker just brought up the mention of this 1.5 million homes. And I would like to make a comment on that I believe imposing a mandatory target of 1.5 million homes to be built across England during the lifetime of this Parliament is a target which is just completely unrealistic and impossible to meet. There's 4.5 years left of this government, of their term, which if you broke that down, it's about 1,600 days. So to build 1.5 million homes in that period is 937 homes a day, including weekends, that's if you start now. It just can't be done. I just believe it's unachievable. And locally, I've had a cursory look at this with officers, and the government's stated target for BCP of 2,962 homes, nearly 3,000 homes per annum, it would mean allocating and ultimately, if it would ever achieved, concreting over pretty much all of what is now our green belt. There is no justification whatsoever for imposing this mandatory target on BCP and completely overriding local input. We've just done the Hearn neighbourhood plan, communities. We should be listening. Our draft local plan housing targets are ambitious, and they are sensible, and they are achievable. And most importantly, they are evidenced by local housing need. From this current evidence, credible and reliable data, over the life of our plan, we can build sufficient homes for young families and people who need a home in our area. We should not be forced to allocate land that will completely change the appearance and character of our 3 boroughs which make up BCP to build homes we don't need. I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak to this, but as a civil engineer by training and concreting over, I'm known for my love of brutalism. And if it gives us homes, then why not? Greenbelt is a notional term, and I think it's something that we should look at. However, I am really concerned about the current government's objection to local decision making, and I find it quite hypocritical that some members seem to have forgotten that they applied local pressure in recent planning decisions. Which would go contrary to what the government is saying. And I think NIMBYism is something we've definitely got to look out for. Councillor Trent made a very good point, and probably the reason I'm standing up here at the moment is, as a member of the Planning Committee, there's been numerous occasions when we have been presented with a large residential scheme that has, for some reason, oh, there's an affordability test and we can't provide any affordable housing as part of the scheme. Or compensation offsets for development otherwise. And that's down to the affordability test and the role of the District Valuation Office in there, which artificially pumps up land prices. I'm really upset that people aren't talking about this. I believe that we have the option to ignore the advice of a DVO in affordability test if we so chose to do so. One thing I do hope that this government does do in its reissue of the NPPF is it addresses this anathema that really does destroy the whole concept of providing affordable homes. I'm still conflicted on the motion that's put before us because we have to have some targets, otherwise everybody say it's a NIMBYist motion which says, oh well, we don't want 3,000, you can build them somewhere else, build them in Dorset because they've got lots of land. And in fact, it doesn't acknowledge the fact that I believe this council is actually in conversation with Dorset Council about doing some joint venture developments, and there is some clever work to be done here. So it's something I don't like doing, abstaining, and I'd like to hear the rest of this debate, but it's a very complicated issue to be picked up in this motion. But I thank Councillor Broadhead for bringing this motion because it's given us an opportunity to talk about something which quite often doesn't come to this chamber in this form, and I think it's very timely, the fact it's come out at the point where the government has announced that they're going to, it seems, effectively steamroller this council and all local councillors and really remove one of the key aspects of councils in local decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling. I'm going to draw the debate to a close after the last speaker on my list, which is the fourth one from here. So the next speaker on my list is Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm very much in support of this motion. I think it's a really good motion, as is the amendment which has been added to it. It's a little bit strange to see almost Green Party policy coming out of a Conservative motion, where we should be devolving housing targets and what we have to the lowest sensible local level, which in our case would be this authority. We know what houses we need here, and the Labour leader here sitting next to you saying don't bother or write a letter, Labour won't listen anyway, is not the right attitude to be having in this case. We know what targets we need here. We know what houses need to be built. We know who is going to be in these places. Just putting arbitrary targets on every town and city across this country isn't going to work. We need to find the right houses in the right places that are affordable. And it's that affordable, and it's an affordability crisis that we've got with housing. I could probably go out and find 1.5 million houses tomorrow if I went and looked at every single Airbnb available to rent across this country, because they're there, they're just in the wrong people's hands. We need to change on a bigger scale than just cozying up to house builders, getting into bed with them and just going, oh yeah, go and build over there, we'll just demand, go and stick it on the green belt wherever you want. It's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is for us at a local level to choose where these houses need to be built, how they're going to fit with the existing infrastructure we've got, which people are going to move into them. We already spoke this week in Cabinet scrutiny about the housing needs, the amount of people in temporary housing. We know who are going to be getting these houses. We know that they are needed. And it's not that. It's about how many are needed and what type of housing is needed. And we need to be deciding that here ourselves. And we've got that in the local plan. I think we should be supporting this. I think it's a good motion to bring here. And I think, stick my name on the bottom of the letter when you're signing it. We should be sending this, and we should be making noise about it and saying, let's make our own decisions, let's decide the housing we need. We've not even got the infrastructure here to take 3,000 houses a year. We've got a sewerage system which is only good at putting effluent into the sea for a starting point. How can we possibly have 3,000 more houses a year? It's ridiculous. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bartlett, did you indicate?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. All I wanted to say is that many of the arguments have been put forward this evening have been debated long and hard in the formulation of the local plan, and particularly the numbers and the need in terms of empty homes, the market always has a steady state empty homes because empty homes are defined as those empty long term in excess of 6 months, and we all know that the sales process can actually take longer than that, and you know, people pass them on. You know, there's always that steady state. I think there's sort of misunderstanding generally about the numbers that are quoted for empty homes, because actually they're in transit generally, and you'll always have a fixed number of those. Not much you can do about that. The other thing I'd say is that we don't actually know what the outcome of our local plan is going to be. This mostly sort of preempting a rejection or a further change. I'm not sure where the number has come from with that national target. It's something I was not aware of, so I don't know where you've got that from Councillor Broadhead, but when I listened to Angela Rayner over the weekend on the television, she stressed quite clearly that it was up to local people to decide the local needs they have through their local plans. She stressed that. That and the NPPF were the two instruments that would be focused on in terms of defining how many houses would be built in any particular area. Now, we have done that. I haven't seen the output, the changes to the NPPF, but seeing our local plan, if it's accepted, should allow us to build the number of houses where our residents have said that they wanted them. All the sites that were considered right across the conurbation were offered in the public consultation. They're all considered and put where appropriate into the local plan. It's all there, including the type of tenure, for example. That's been considered. The affordability and viability calculation, that's also been included in that debate. So all in the local plan that's been submitted. So I just think we've got to wait a little while actually and see what the output from that plan is. I hope it's accepted. And as I said, Angela Rayner's statement, it seemed to me that we were actually doing exactly what she said we need to do and we'd be allowed to do. But I might be completely wrong. You know, let's wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Wright.
Much has been said about these targets and that they mean that the green belt will become grey belt and be covered in developments. But this will affect every ward in BCP, not just the ones with green belts. It will mean that every half-decent sized house will have developers looking at it to change it into flats, and every half-decent sized garden to be chopped up and have some little bungalow built down the end of it. Just think about your own wards, these places where decent-sized houses with family homes that are in danger of being turned into flats and gardens being severed to put extra developments. The worry is that planning applications coming across the desk of a planning officer will be looked at with one eye on these targets, and that developments that would not get approved today would get approved in the future because of these targets. The implication from developers that if you don't approve our plans, then you won't meet your targets. These numbers are unachievable, as was said, so why not support the motion and send a message back up to Westminster that these targets are ridiculous and that the people who live in this area know what housing targets are best for this area.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andy Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, when we were going through the local plan process last year, getting the draft together, one of the things that I was most pleased about was lifting and shifting, if that's the right phrase, the really strong environmental policies from the Christchurch local plan into the new BCP plan, and that was done with the help of the lead member who led that process and with her officers. So when that draft plan was sent off, I was really confident and really happy that we had a local plan that really, really protected our environment. Now, slightly concerned, very concerned, in fact, that this is going to be ripped up and we're going to have to start again, and that really concerns me. Every time I hear Angela Rayner talk about planning committees and stuff like that and housing targets, it sends a shiver down my spine. I've been fighting with my fellow ward member here to save a piece of woodland in Highcliffe for the last 4 years. It's a critical piece of environmental infrastructure, and that sends a shiver down my spine when I think what could happen to that when at the minute I think it's completely and utterly protected. I have a great deal of respect for the Labour leader, not Keir Starmer, the one here, but I was disappointed when he was talking about what Labour's plans are. They didn't mention the environment. You know, we live in an amazing area. We have a local nature recovery strategy. We have an urban forest strategy. We have a local plan that is brilliant and protective of our environment. So I'm fully supportive of this motion, and I'm really worried about the future of our natural environment if this all comes to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker will be Councillor Hadley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think like Councillor Tarling, I'm quite conflicted on this because I think that we have a real challenge. We have one of the motions that's coming a little bit later is about van life. And when you look into why people move into vans, it's because they can't afford to be in a home. And we have a real challenge in this country where, similar to the rise of people being reliant on food banks, we've got people who are actually not in permanent accommodation and living out the back of a van because they can't afford to. And that's a real challenge. So, you know, in terms of trying to unblock the system and find homes for people, that's a really key element. We have, as has been raised, second homes, Airbnb and empty homes as well. And it's not just homes that are in the process of being sold. I think there is something about homes that are just lying idle as an investment or other purpose, which is important. We do need to work with government. We need their support from Homes England in terms of some of the buildings that we need. It's very expensive to build in this area, and certainly some of the social housing that we as a council are pursuing to get people out of bed and breakfast accommodation is we need to work with government, and we need them on our side. And challenging them in this way may not be the right thing to do, but I do equally get we have a very special place here. We are really constrained by the environmental impacts and that sort of area. In my work in the Western Gateway on your behalf as council, other local authorities are very actively looking at the infrastructure they have in place and infrastructure that they need in order to accommodate the new housing targets, but also the problems that they have. We are one of the most congested areas in the country because we haven't been investing in infrastructure over many, many decades. And if we just turn around and go, no, we shut shop, we're not going to accommodate people in our area, we won't get the investment to solve our infrastructure needs, and that's a real challenge. And also, if others around us do that, and they then want to come into BCP for work, that adds to our congestion problems, whereas if we provided decent housing close to where people work within our conurbation, then it's less. So I think that this is a really complicated area, and one that it's very easy to grandstand on some of this. I think it's important we work with government, we try and get it right, but I think on balance we do need to send a message that, you know, we've put a lot of effort into the local plan and into coming up with our needs, and we do need to raise a concern with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Broadhead to sum up briefly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I believe, first of all, under Rule 14.12, I need to get the consent of full council to accept Councillor Andrews' amendments, which I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Do we have... Oh, Councillor Andrews first.
I think technically you also need a seconder, so I think Councillor Kieran Wilson was going to second it, and if you and the seconder will accept it.
Yeah, happy to second.
This question is that agreed?
Yes. Members, do we agree to that? Right, so now do I go back to you, Councillor Broadhead? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And genuinely, colleagues, thank you very much for the spirit of the debate this evening. I've just got a few comments based on what we've heard. And again, happy to accept Councillor Andrews' amendment, because it is right that we talk about tackling empty homes as part of it. And that's why I agree. I think the NPPF plans are two-dimensional. Mass house building without local consent is just simply not the answer. It's simply we know best. And that's why I'm very happy to add that to the letter and that message that we want to send. With Councillor Canavan, I understand where you're coming from, Councillor, but you do almost seem joyful at the prospect of this tripling of numbers. And while you talk a lot about numbers, this is deeper. This is about the place. And I really don't think these vast numbers, which will have such an impact, is representing our residents. Yes, we all want to see homes for the future, but where, how and at what cost. And I understand his view that he will vote against because it's contrary to government policy, but I'm sorry, in this instance, government policy is wrong. I agree with Councillor Phipps, and thank you for the support. I understand 1.5 million, I agree, is almost an impossible target. I'm inclined to agree. But actually, even if you do want to try and achieve that 1.5 million, just slapping new mandated numbers onto local authorities is not the answer. Councillor Tarling, I understand your conflict about needing some targets, but we do have targets, locally derived targets that are embedded in our local plan. And again, just a few other points. Councillor Bartlett, to answer your specific questions, these numbers were published on the government's website as an indication of what these numbers are going to be, and we think that they're going to be released as part of the MPPF proposals in only a matter of weeks. And actually, even if our local plan is approved, I understand from our conversations that we would immediately have to do an uplift for the 1,400 extra homes that we want to achieve. So this isn't just a paper exercise. We would have to do this at pace. And then the final point, I think from Councillor Martin, agree with the environmental concerns. We were the first council up a tier in the country, under my watch actually, to embed biodiversity net gain on site. This will make it harder. We'll have to buy credits here, there and everywhere. It will undermine our environmental protections. But thank you for the debate, and I hope to get as much support as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, we'll go to the vote with a show of hands. All those in favour? Those against? And abstention? Oh, sorry. Abstentions? Oh, that's me as well. Got everybody? Thank you, we're just adding up. The vote is carried. Thank you, members. Now, sorry? Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, councillors. We're now on to a motion about remote attendance and proxy voting. Councillor Broadhead, can I call upon you to move your motion?
Thank you, Chairman. Me again. So hopefully I'll get as much support for this motion as we had for the last one, although I'm not quite sure about that. First of all, I won't read the motion. It's all in there, so there's no point in me reiterating it. But I would like to make a spirited defence of remote and hybrid meetings and the real positive impact I think they've had on society, on work. It has opened accessibility for those that have struggled to constantly come to meetings, particularly in the world of work. It's helped to balance that work-life family balance as well. And actually, even as a councillor, as somebody that's been a councillor for quite a number of years, and particularly when you're in administration, I remember the days of having young children that were in childcare while I was in the town hall all day. It was not something that I would like to recreate. And actually, I think the way that we've got things now of having to do the vast majority of meetings, having the ability to do them in a hybrid way is a much better way. So I absolutely welcome hybrid meetings in general. But the specific proposals that we're talking about here, which the government is consulting on in a very, very short space of time, is to change a system which I think works. And I think this evening has been a prime example of the real power of being in person for a select number of formal meetings. So things such as full council, where we can all look at each other across the chamber, make those important decisions, as I think our residents would expect, all hearing the same thing at the same time in the same way. And again, on things like planning committees, committees and scrutiny committees as well, where I think the public will want to interact with us, have questions and statements, and would expect us to be there as well. So what I'm not suggesting as part of this motion is some kind of version of reality where we have to come in for absolutely everything. I think the way that we've got it at the moment works very well. A number of us will dial in for many, many of our meetings, but I think there is an expectation from the public that they're elected officials, and we do claim an allowance to be here, should, for the important meetings, the formal meetings, be in person as we have it at the moment. The government's consultation is to change that and to allow us to be able to have full council and in a hybrid way. That would mean that we'd have to invest in new screens, and some people would be sat at home and some people would be here. I just don't think it would work at all. Of course, we can make allowances for people with accessibility issues. I think we have a lot of that already, but the motion as it stands is to basically declare that we think the status quo works, that for formal council meetings, it's important that we come together to debate and discuss, and for the leader of the council to respond formally on behalf of the council to the government's consultation to say that the status quo works very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe Councillor Adams is going to second for you.
Yeah, could I reserve my right to speak?
Right, members, I can open this to debate then. Thank you. Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. While I agree that it is valuable for us to meet in person as the default, both for the purposes of engendering good debate and for demonstrating democracy in action to the public, there are other considerations that should be taken into account here. For example, any elected member with certain types of disability might not just want but need to attend council meetings remotely. These full council meetings are the ultimate decision-making forum of the local authority, and at present, people with certain protected characteristics would simply be excluded from participating in the democratic process. Hardly a satisfactory situation, and one that I believe we are duty-bound to address. Enabling local authorities to consider allowing remote attendance at their own meetings is nowhere near the same thing as mandating that all council meetings can be made available to all councillors to attend remotely. But this change to the rules would enable us, as a council, to decide to allow some members to attend meetings remotely in certain carefully defined circumstances. We can decide, because we would be amending our own constitution. So, for example, the example I've just given. I therefore support the government's proposal to amend the law in this area, and I'll not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is really interesting. I'd actually like to pay tribute to Councillor David Flagg and to our Democratic Services officers, particularly Richard Jones. During COVID, we had to, on the fly, very quickly move to holding our meetings remotely, and we succeeded in doing that in very difficult circumstances, and still made some good decisions, I think, in terms of what we had to do at that time. We've proven that it is possible to do. And I think this is kind of jumping the gun to force the council to lay out a position. I haven't seen the consultation document in detail, and I think we have some members who've had to leave tonight already because they're frail, and I know one of my cabinet colleagues has come in person tonight but couldn't make cabinet in person, and that impacted his ability to vote in the meeting. So I think and then you get into childcare and some of those other areas for certain younger members. So I think it's really key that we reflect on this and we come to a rounded decision on it. I don't think it's impossible to have a good debate and a good outcome based on people being remote. But I'm also aware that in the previous council period, we had a member who moved completely out of area and only came very rarely to meetings. And there is something about ensuring that people are active if they're remote and they're doing it in good faith and with good reason to need to do it. So I do think there is a balance to be struck here, and I don't think it necessarily has to be everyone physically in the chamber to add value to debate and decision making.
Thank you. Councillor Trent.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I do agree that in some circumstances, and I think they should be the exception rather than the rule, we should make a dispensation for people to attend a meeting remotely. But I think the default position should be attending in person. And I think in-person meetings are more productive. And I think whilst I think we did a very good job of managing remotely, but I think a lot of the problems that we had in this council with member-to-member relationship afterwards actually went back to that period of time. I think relationships broke down. So I support the motion really as is, but I think we should always be at least willing to listen to a special case and to make exceptions where there is a sound reason to make an exception. But I generally support the motion because I do think that attending in person should be the default.
Thank you. Councillor Aitkenhead.
Yes, so I'd like to encourage people to reject this motion. And the reason for that is because at the moment the law prevents anyone from voting if they are joining a meeting remotely. And what the government is suggesting is to change the law to allow that to be possible. And in the consultation, when we write back, we don't just have to say, yeah, sure, let everybody join remotely, we'll have a totally remote meeting. What we can go back and say is, yes, we believe it's good for people to join remotely if they have a specific need to do so. You've already heard from Councillor Salmon, Councillor Hadley, reasons why people, really good reasons why people may want to join the meeting remotely. And if we want to be inclusive of people with disabilities, people who are not well, people who have young children, then allowing for this, allowing us, what we want is for us to decide. In the previous motion, everyone was complaining that the government are telling us what to do. In this one, we're quite happy that the national law is telling us we can't do it. And what the government is doing is enabling us, I hope, to be able to make our own decisions. That's what we want. And I'm sure that the administration would agree with me that you want to make your own decision. You don't want the government to be telling you what you can and can't do on this matter. So I think this motion is it's throwing out everything, whereas what we should be doing is saying we want to have the facility to do this. So in certain circumstances, it's really helpful. Read the bit at the beginning of the motion, the ministerial forward. You can see the government is not suggesting we do it all the time. They are suggesting that we do still have meetings with people face to face, but we do allow for situations that I'm just thinking. I remember before I was a councillor, I came to a meeting of the council just to watch. And there wasn't quite enough people for the vote for the administration to win. And somebody tried to get into the meeting who had COVID, who tested positive for COVID. And everyone's like, oh no, you can't come in because you've got COVID. And there was quite a panic about it. And just think how easy that would have been. That person could have been at home on the screen, everybody's safe. Okay, so yes, so please reject the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Aitkenhead. The leader.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm actually going to vote against this motion, but it's for a really different reason. And it's because I don't feel I know better than other people to respond to this, and I don't feel comfortable that as a local authority we need to take a position on this. The government have been clear that the consultation can have responses from members of the public, it can have responses from local government sector bodies, it can have responses from a council body, or it can have responses from an elected member. Any councillor, and I've actually done it already because when I saw this come through, I thought, actually, I'd quite like to represent my own views in this consultation. Any member in this chamber can go on to the gov.uk and complete this consultation and represent their views. And that way you get more of a mix of people who maybe are interested in this particular topic and other people who maybe it won't affect them so much, don't need to do that. But for me, it comes down to the choice of if you're passionate about it, don't bring a motion to council, just go online and fill it in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Connolly, I think you indicated.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to make that point as well. I'm against the motion for three main reasons. The first is I don't really want the council to speak for me. It's a consultation for us all to contribute to. Let's all just fill it in ourselves. That's kind of the point of the consultation. So I'm going to give my views to the consultation and encourage everybody to do the same. I don't really see the need for this extra layer. Secondly, I think it's premature. We discussed this at the Constitutional Review Working Group. Let's wait and see the results of the Constitution. Let's see what the government proposes and how much powers there are for councils to decide what we do ourselves. And then decide then how we want to implement the government's proposals here. And then thirdly, I feel very strongly about this because I think the disconnect between some of these processes and the sorts of concerns I'm hearing are just so disconnected from the world of work today, post-COVID, that I find it absolutely staggering. So I work in a professional role, and almost all meetings are hybrid, if not all, and very important and serious decisions are made in a hybrid manner across the world, and that is the norm. And for example, just thinking personally from the Audit and Governance Committee, there's 9 of us. On occasion, from childcare through sickness, I've dialed into the meeting. And I challenge any resident or any councillor to watch those meetings and tell me that my input is less valuable, is less useful contribution. I wasn't present, I wasn't engaged, I was not doing my job as a councillor in those meetings because I was dialed in virtually. I just find that absolutely staggering. So personally, I see the value of attending full council, for example, but the idea that in an Audit and Governance Committee, between 9 of us discussing the agenda, I'm not allowed to vote, is absolutely bizarre, and it's so disconnected from the world of work today. So that's what I'll be saying when I submit to the consultation, and I don't really see the need for this extra stage.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I could keep it really short and say what Councillor Trent said, what Councillor Earl said, and now what Councillor Connolly said. But just to add very slightly to it, Councillor Trent, I agree 100% with there's people that have exceptional circumstances and shouldn't be precluded from it. Councillor Earl, I have done exactly the same. In fact, as a Christchurch Town Councillor, we have actually already had the discussion. And as a town council, I believe we're putting a response in. But yes, also I have put in an individual response. What Councillor Connolly says, yes, I agree with. There's one bit that hasn't been mentioned yet, and that was the role of proxies is mentioned. I would just add that if anybody is wishing to reply, is to consider that role. I don't see that a proxy necessarily, and a proxy is different from a substitute. A substitute is somebody standing in for somebody else and making a decision on their own basis. A proxy is somebody voting on behalf of somebody else. I don't think proxies, if you are responding, necessarily, like in this meeting, I've actually changed my view. I've listened to the debate, actually changed my view, and in one instance actually changed my vote based on the debate. A proxy won't necessarily do that. Sometimes that you make a decision on a very fine point, tilted balance, and your balance might be very slightly different to the proxy. So I just caution people, when they're thinking about it, to do it. So unfortunately, again, I thank Councillor Broadhead for bringing this. It's great to have the debate on it, and I welcome that it's been brought to us, but I won't be supporting it for the reasons that Councillor Trent and Connolly especially made. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got 4 more speakers, and then I think we'll go to the vote. So the next speaker on my list is Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chair. Not wanting to repeat what's already been said. I mean, I remember the time when we had COVID, and we all started having to work online at home. I think we became quite good at it, actually. I found that after a while, I'm quite lucky, I've got a desk at home, I could have 2 screens, I could do lots of things. When we came back, I also remember us being worried about being in meetings together, particularly when we also had worries about COVID and other illnesses at the time. I do also feel that we missed something then, being together and being in a room together, and things could have got slightly more difficult in relationships. However, I don't support this, because the reason I don't support it is a consultation. And I'm viewing things from my personal perspective here. And I know everybody in this chamber will have a different perspective, will have a different situation at home, have a different way of getting here. And therefore, I think we should all be able to do the consultation. I don't like the idea of this, because it basically forcing us to have a block vote on this. And I think we should all have our own say and make our own mind up.
Councillor Councillor Salmon, are you wanting to say something now?
Oh yeah, I wanted to move under 11.1.13 that the question be put.
Go to the vote?
Yes, please.
Yes, members, are we content to go to the vote? I apologise to the other speakers then. Thank you. And also, I believe we have to ask Councillor Broadhead to wind up, or do we not now?
Yep.
We do. Right. We don't go straight to the...
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and again, thank you to colleagues for the spirit of the debate again. I think, again, just a few reflections on the points that have been raised. Councillor Mrs Salmon, I agree that the ultimate decisions are taken here. And that is why I think it's so important that we're all in the room. I understand the concerns about excluding people, but my view is the way to actually fix the excluding people that have access problems is to fix the access problems, not to just say that they should just dial in instead. Councillor Hadley referenced the pandemic and the times where it did work. Again, I agree. However, now is different. And my real concern about this, actually, is that as soon as we allow this to happen, we will have to make this provision. So even if one or two people want to have access to that hybrid possibility, we will have to do an awful lot within the council to make it happen. I do agree with Councillor Trent that actually the in-person meetings, as I think we've seen this evening, are more productive. It helps to build relationships. And again, I worry that if it is allowable, many will just simply not turn up and we will lose that ability whatsoever. Again, I said at the beginning, that's not for all of the meetings, but I do think there is some real utility in us all spending time, particularly when we're all from various different parties. Councillor Earle, I actually disagree with you about why should the council have a position on this, and that it only needs to be personal. It affects this council and it affects this operation, and therefore I think it's completely acceptable for the council to respond and to show the government in its consultation, because they are asking for opinions, that there are views from the authority as well, taking into account the collective view, which will never be the huge majority, but will actually send a message about what we all think. Councillor Connolly, I agree with you about the real utility that virtual meetings have in the world of work, and I referenced that at the beginning. However, this isn't work, this is democracy. And I think, to put it another way, if we were talking about Parliament, I know sometimes we'll think we're in Parliament here, but we're not. But if our parliamentarians could simply dial in rather than getting around the chamber, I think that might have a very different flavour. And we are doing that here on a local level. The decisions that we are taking are very important. And then the final point I would make is about proxy voting. Councillor Tarling is exactly right. I don't think it's appropriate at all for people to be able to carry a vote into the room. I actually think it actually breaks current local government, the Local Government Act as well, which stipulates quite severely that you need to keep an open mind during the debate, especially in things like planning. So again, that proxy doesn't work, but again, I think it goes back to that physical presence as well. You're much more likely to change your mind when you're all together and you're doing quality debate, as I think we've seen this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Now we go to the vote with a show of hands. All in favour? Those against? That's a lot. Any abstentions? Thank you, members. I'm afraid that was lost, Councillor Broadhead. We move on now to the motion about van life, and at 6:30 this afternoon we all received an email from Councillor Canavan, which I hope we've all looked at, which is an amendment to this, which I hope everybody has looked at. And so under Rule 1412, Councillor Cooper has agreed to accommodate the amendment if the Council agree. So can I, first of all, are we all right at the back there? Oh, I see. Yes. So councillors, are we all on the same page that we are? No, I haven't seen this. Right. Well, can you all check then? Can I ask Councillor Cooper anyway to introduce the motion on van life while we all look at the amendment? Where is Councillor Cooper? Is he awake? Councillor Cooper, can you introduce the van life without the amendment? We're looking at the amendment as we speak.
Oh, so shall I carry on speaking or wait?
Yes, please. You introduce the whole thing.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So this is a motion proposed by me and seconded by Councillor Canavan on the van life crisis, as we're calling it, the van dwelling crisis. The rising number of people living in vans, either by choice or necessity, is not just a housing issue. It's a reflection of a deep fracture in our society, and to address it, we must look beyond the surface of parking disputes or local tensions. We must confront the root causes, the erosion of collective identity, the collapse of post-war solidarity, and the atomisation of self in a society increasingly defined by economic precarity and hostility. After the Second World War, this country built a vision of collective progress. Public housing, the welfare state and a community and community-driven values were the cornerstones of our shared identity. People believed in a future where no one was left behind, but over the decades, this vision has been dismantled. The neoliberal policies of the last 40 years have encouraged individualism over community, competition over compassion. Housing is no longer a right, it's an asset for speculation. Communities have been hollowed out, leaving many to fend for themselves. The pandemic laid bare this reality. For many, COVID-19 was not just a health crisis, it was an economic and social earthquake. It deepened inequalities, forcing people to adapt in ways that often left them isolated. For some, the van life represents freedom, but for many, it's a last resort in a system that has failed them. The housing crisis, the cost of living emergency, and the growing unaffordability of the even basics of life have pushed people into this precarious existence. And yet, instead of addressing the real issues, our society has become more divided and hostile. Fear of difference is weaponised. Van dwellers are painted as nuisances, as other, while settled residents' legitimate concerns about their own struggles are ignored. It is easy to pit communities against one another than to address systemic failures. So what are the solutions? First, we must rebuild the collective sense of belonging. We need policies that restore dignity and security to people's lives. Build affordable and social housing, not as a privilege, but as a right. Tackle the root causes of poverty by raising wages, strengthening benefits, and protecting workers. Investing in public spaces and services that bring people together, from libraries, community centres, youth centres, and the like. Second, we must foster an understanding and coexistence. We can create designated safe space for van dwellers, equipped with sanitation, waste disposal, clean water, while also engaging in honest dialogue between settled and nomadic communities to address tensions. Finally, we must challenge the narrative of hostility. Let us be clear, van dwellers are not the problem. The problem is a system that prioritises profits over people and divides us for demanding better. This issue is not just about those who live in vans. It's about all of us. It's about whether we choose a future of solidarity or one where our communities fracture further under the weight of individualism and neglect. I'm nearly finished. Together, we can build a society where everyone, no matter of their lifestyle or circumstance, has security, dignity, and the respect they deserve. Let us act with compassion and boldness. Thank you.
Well then, so Councillor Cooper, can you tell us that you'd accepted Councillor Hadley's?
I accept it, yeah.
So, and Council agrees that?
Yeah, okay.
We've had it sent round already.
I agree with it, whatever we'd agree.
Right.
Don't quote me on that one. I can sit down,
So
thank you.
Councillors, can we consent to that, please? To Councillor Cooper agreeing to the amendment, and we need no further debate on the amendment. So councillors agreed. Thank you. Now we need the seconder, thank you, which I believe is Councillor.
Chair, I'd like to formally second it and reserve my right to speak.
Right, now, councillors, we're going straight to the debate, so Councillor Trent, you're first.
Thank you, Chair. Having championed some 10 years ago having a transit site for travellers and so on for various reasons that weren't necessarily catering for permanent residents, but I do think that the issue that has been raised is an important one to consider. I have instances of people living and sleeping in vans in my ward, and unless it attracts complaints or causes a nuisance, I don't report it. I think, I think they're not causing any problems, would accept it. And I know in an adjacent ward, there's a road I drive through quite frequently where there are quite a few vans by the side of the road. And I think it's because the other side of the fence is heathland. I do think this is something which should be looked at by the appropriate scrutiny committee. I don't think we should prejudge what comes out of it, but I do think that it needs to be looked at because there are some people who unavoidably that's the only thing left for them, and perhaps we need to cater for it and at least have sanitary provision and washing water and things like that, because, as I say, unfortunately, it is a fact of life. So I think I support the idea of it going to an appropriate scrutiny committee, but not necessarily with preset ideas in it, but to be looked at and thought about and discussed.
Do I have any more speakers? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I had been aware of this some time. In fact, interestingly, ex-councillor Ron Parker raised the issue of having vans outside his house with me after he ceased to be a councillor. And I think Councillor Cooper was far more eloquent than I could be in terms of it is a much wider problem, just whether people tolerate or don't tolerate people parking outside their houses. I think there's something wider around camping in general, and we are not a great place for people to camp and come and visit, but people who live in vans are part of our economic community. I had discussions with a young couple who were both working for the NHS and living in a van, and that was, in their case, a choice. But it was a choice probably partly born out of necessity. So I think we do need to look at this in the round, and I think that's why I suggested it would be good if the Place and Environment Overview and Scrutiny looked at it. We wouldn't be the first. Bristol is one of the areas that have come up with a policy for it, and I think it's helpful to create a rounded piece and I think a pact is the right thing, because it is about how the local community, the transient community work together in terms of finding a sensible middle road. And I think it's also about, we've really struggled with finding a temporary stopping place for the travelling community. And this extends that. There's a whole range of people who are not in permanent accommodation, and we need to try and solve all of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earl, I believe you indicated, or did you not? Have we misunderstood that from over here then? Sorry, members, I'll have another look at the list. Councillor Rampton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm quite conflicted about this motion, and the reason for that is I've long sort of been a supporter of people who live a van life, because there are so many people in our community who just cannot get affordable housing, and they have no choice. And I've said this before in one of our meetings, I think we had a housing seminar, and the biggest thing that residents come to me about if they see a van parked outside is, where do they go to the toilet? And I'm sure we've all experienced that from our residents. So there's this tension all the time, isn't there, between our settled community and our people who live in vans. And they don't have access. They don't have access to healthcare. They don't have access to sanitation. They don't necessarily, I mean, I'm a great supporter of St Mungo's, but they're not guaranteed to get the support and help from St Mungo's. I think we have to be very, very careful about mixing up our gypsy and traveller community who do actually see themselves and want that distinction of being a group in their own right and not kind of lumped together as everybody who lives a van life. So I'm going to support this motion, and I absolutely support it going to overview scrutiny to be further examined. I looked at the Bristol papers. I think there was something like 600 van lifers in the Bristol area. I don't think we have a clue how many there are in the BCP area. And that's the first thing we need to find out, isn't it? We need to find out how big an issue this is and what we can do to help people. But I've just been very, very careful about completing the two groups. If you get an unauthorised encampment of gypsies and travellers, as we do regularly, we do provide loos, we do provide bins, we do provide interventions in terms of healthcare. So there already is that provision there, but for people who live in vans, there is nothing to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Councillor Rigby, I think you're next.
Thanks, Chair. And Councillor Rampton's just pretty much stole me thunder there, so thank you. I'm generally supportive of this motion, but I think it conflates a lot of different things together where it necessarily shouldn't, and we've got very different things that it's talking about, even in Councillor Cooper's introduction, which was very good. He's saying about people who don't have the choice but to live in a van. It's difficult with the housing crisis. People can't afford rent. I agree totally, but then there's other people who choose to live a nomadic lifestyle and want to live in a van and want to travel around. And then, again, we have the Gypsy Roma traveller community who, again, have completely different needs and don't necessarily, or don't at all, want to be lumped in with van lifers. And that way, you know, it's a different community, an ethnic minority who have long heritage and cultures, and will need different facilities, different requirements than what van lifers will. And we've got people in this, across all these three towns, there's many people living in vans. I know a lot of people who live in vans. I also know a lot of people who live in boats. I know a lot of people living in various different conditions, some by choice, some not by choice. And we need to make sure that we're taking account of everyone and listening to these people and giving them a way which they can interact with us as BCP Council. So I do support the motion, and I do support the amendment to bring it to environment and place. And I think environment and place is the right place, let's just say that, to invite these communities in. It's the right place to invite Cushty-Bock to come and present to us. It's the right place to invite people who represent those who want to live a nomadic lifestyle. It's the right place to invite those people who have no choice but to live in a van to come and speak to us and listen to them and see what they want and actually take account of that, rather than having a preconceived idea of what we need to set up and how we need to tackle it. We need to actually create that dialogue first, and that is mentioned in point C of this motion. I think that's actually the most important element of this entire motion, to set up that forum of dialogue. And now, speaking as chair of Environment Place, if we pass this, I'd love to be able to do that as part of the committee and what we do. So I will be supporting it, but I think we've got a long way to go, rather than this just being the holistic idea. It's the very, very start point of that beginning point where we can go out and get involved with these people who live in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Salmon, you're indicating, are you wishing as a speaker?
Oh, I wanted to, again, move that the question now be put. I've not heard a convincing speech against, so, yeah, under 11.1.13, I think we should move to a vote.
Members, do we agree to go to the vote? Right. Okay, so apologies to the other speakers. We had another 4. Sorry?
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Brown wishes to speak.
Councillor Brown. Members, shush. Sorry, Councillor Brown. Well, I have... Can I just say that I do have you on the list, Councillor Brown. It wasn't before most people, I'm sure. It might have been before... Well, okay. The motion has been put to go to the vote and we've agreed. So, I've forgotten where we are now. Councillor Cooper.
I'd just like to say it's really good that the points have been raised. Patrick and I spent time with Betty at Custy Bock day before yesterday. They read the motion, they grilled us. It was lovely, it was friendly, and they felt it was a doorway to more understanding and communication. And things that I haven't put into the motion that we've already, I've got 2 forums, one in the Bournemouth, Kingston area, and a van lifer who's what I call a community conduit to other van lifers who are maybe not so vocal. And in Hamworthy, I've got regular communications with guys who are living in vans, either by choice or economic necessity. The foundations are done already. We work with the Gypsy and Traveller community already. They want us to do this motion. We've got van lifers who want to talk to us and act as community activists and connect us across the conurbation. We need to reach out to Christchurch. We have got the Fire Brigade Union with our connection with what's going on there. They've offered free carbon monoxide detectors for anyone who lives in a van. And they've already been down to Lake Pier. They've connected with the guy. That relationship will build, and the same in Bournemouth on the seafront. I think it's really good. It's going to Environment in Place, and they'll take it seriously. It is a long-term plan because people are... I'll just finish by saying I've got a really good relationship with 2 people who live in a lovely van down in Lake Pier, right? And one's a nurse and one's a porter. They had to stop living in a house and chose to live in a van, and they both work. They hang their clothes up outside when it's damp so that the shirts are not creased. This is the kind of society we are living in. We have loads of people that are growing like this. So I'm really pleased that you've supported it, and I hope that the place can do their job but involve us in it. And I've already written a whole consultation process if you want to take it off my hands. So thank you. That's me finished. Thank God.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Can we have a show of hands? All in favour? And me. Thank you, members. Those against? Abstaining? Right, that motion was carried, thank you, I believe. Members, again, we have another amendment to Councillor Salmon's motion, which Councillor Salmon has already agreed. So, under the Rule 14.12, I'm going to ask if we can accept that Councillor Salmon's agreement to the amendment, which you now should all have in your inboxes somewhere. Council, do we agree?
Yes, that's kind of I think that's yep.
So, Councillor Kate Salmon, can I call upon you to move this motion for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Climate and Nature Bill represents the most up-to-date and science-led thinking on how the UK should tackle the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. The bill, written by scientists and experts, was first introduced to Parliament in 2020 by former Green Party MP Caroline Lucas. At that time, it was called the Climate and Ecology Bill, and it followed the declaration by the UK government and by councils across the country, including this one, of a climate and ecological emergency. The bill is being reintroduced to Parliament next month, with the backing of hundreds of cross-party MPs, including 2 of our 5 local MPs, peers, local authorities, experts and institutions. If passed into legislation, the Climate and Nature Bill would ensure that the UK has a plan to achieve emissions reductions and to reverse the decline of the natural world that will actually meet the scientific need. Climate change and nature depletion affect us all right now. There is an ever smaller window of opportunity open for us to make the necessary changes to avoid the worst effects of catastrophic climate change. Even in the 12 days since I submitted this motion, BCP has been battered by yet another named storm, causing disruption and chaos, and there has been another cliff slip on our seafront as a result of heavy rainfall. Climate scientists predicted the increasing frequency of extreme weather events as a result of greenhouse gas emissions decades ago. Today, they are simply our reality. Without urgent action at every level of government, we know from the science that the spiral of ever more extreme disruption will continue, and there will be an ever greater human cost. The Climate and Nature Bill represents the logical and necessary next step in the UK's efforts to tackle the climate emergency. This motion seeks to ensure that BCP Council supports the bill formally and publicly, that we use our influence to encourage the remaining 3 of our local MPs to do the same, and that we renew and strengthen our own efforts at a local level to ensure that we are doing all we can to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and restore the natural world for the benefit of everyone who lives, works, studies or visits here. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Rigby is going to second for you.
I will second, but it's late, so I'll reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Members, let's go to the debate on this. Councillor Brown, first off.
If at first you don't succeed. I think this is a really interesting motion, but a bit of what I was going to say on the last one as well as on this one. There's a lot of detailed discussion to be had on this one, and it was on the van life one as well, which is not the best thing to do with 70 councillors in the room last thing in the, late on a Tuesday evening. I was glad that in the last one, Councillor Cooper accepted the referral to an overview and scrutiny committee, and that this has got an amendment as well for overview and scrutiny to be involved in it. What concerned me when I contacted the head of legal services earlier about these is that the council doesn't have a power on motions to refer them to an overview and scrutiny committee, which was a regular tool that we used at Poole Council if there was a motion that needed more detailed preparation or looking at financial implications, equality impact assessments, that sort of thing. We couldn't sort of write policy late at night at a council meeting that actually, under the constitution of Poole Council, we could refer it to an overview and scrutiny committee for more detailed assessment to then report back to council. It was just a note on this one and the previous one. whether the Constitution Working Party need to look at that to give us as a council power to be able to refer motions. I think we all get fed up with late night council meetings to be able to properly consider those motions, whether it be audit and governance, whether it be an overview and scrutiny committee. So I think we need to look at our Constitution to do these justice, really. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Who else is indicating? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I welcome this. I have been working quite hard actually with the climate team to firstly to develop a dashboard so we can be clear about our progress and the hill we have to climb, and also interim targets towards the target. So I do welcome this, and whether or not the bill passes through Parliament, and it's been on a long journey, we do have to act. We do have to act with urgency, and I did it in Cabinet this morning. We have to keep reminding when we're making decisions about all sorts of other areas to take into account our needs for the climate. There are costs. And I was looking this morning at the fleet and asking the questions about what we can do to move our fleet to being carbon free. And some of those things we will have to take a choice which says actually we can't do this just yet because of the technology. But doing it knowingly and knowing where we're going is really important. And I would like to share with Council, as a result of intervention from one of our team, we got the Port of Poole to work with all the partners in the Port of Poole on a study looking at their journey towards carbon reduction. And it was a brilliant piece of work, but it gave interim targets, it gave a very clear graphical representation of the journey they have to do, and they're now working together on doing that. And so it's not just about our own targets, it's about the target for the whole area. It's our two targets, and we need to work on that too. So I'm very pleased to accept this motion, and also I think having given the previous one to place overview and scrutiny committee, this one comes more my way now as a result of the amendment, and that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Aitken.
Yes, so I very much welcome this motion. I think this is a really, really important subject. And particularly, I was involved in some of the discussions about the amendment because I was a little bit uncomfortable with the original motion, just saying it was about setting up a cross-party working group. And I think what we've ended up with is something much stronger because we're asking that it goes to the portfolio holder and we're asking it also goes to scrutiny, so scrutiny can support the portfolio holder in looking at the details. I think that it's, I don't think it's a great idea for us just to send motions to scrutiny from council whenever we feel like it, but I think it's a great thing when we feel that that's what should happen to it, that we make sure that we have that in the motion. So I think it's great. I think it's a great motion, and I'd just like to thank Councillor Salmon for bringing forward in such a succinct way. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, I'll be happy to support the motion, which I think has been much improved by the amendment for two reasons. Look, we all, those of us that were here in the last council cycle, we all, I think, almost unanimously signed up to the fact that we really need to do what we can to affect change in this area, particularly with the climate emergency that is ongoing. But I've always been very focused on the two things that are actually raised in the amendment. First of all, what can the council do? What are things which are within the council's influence of control? I've always very dismissive of the chamber spending too much time talking about things that we can't affect change on, and actually the amendment does that. And they also talk about making sure that any plans that we have in this area are smart. And for those that don't know what the word SMART means, it's an acronym which means specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and have a time frame attached to them. And I just think that clarity of actually what we can do and making sure that we are following those principles will make sure that we don't just talk about this important issue but do something about it. So happy that this will be considered, happy with the amendment, and happy to support.
Councillor Sidaway.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank Councillor Salmon for bringing this motion. I think it's absolutely excellent and well timed. The Climate and Nature Bill has been reintroduced this time by the Liberal Democrat MP Ross Savage, who is a seasoned campaigner on this topic, having been named a United Nations climate change hero, and awarded an MBE for services to environmental awareness. Versions of this bill have formed part of the Lib Dem manifesto for a number of years now, so we're delighted to see that we've got the chance to bring it forward. And as Councillor Salmon said, I believe she said, 25th of January is the second reading of the bill. There's been more than enough evidence, locally, nationally and internationally, of the damage that climate change is doing. Just recently, this weekend, as you pointed out, Storm Dara wreaked havoc across the country, and the 4 named storms this year have claimed the lives of at least 8 people. So I won't repeat some of the things that Kate has said, but I think it's clear that there are more storms, there is more rain, and the temperatures are getting hotter, so we do need to do something. This is a generation of politicians that must accept this responsibility and not pass it on to our children. And I believe I speak on behalf of all my colleagues, even someone with the process in mind, when I say that we fully support this motion, and I would be extremely disappointed if we were unable to get the support of all 5 of our local MPs, not just the 2 that have signed up already. Every single Lib Dem MP has signed up to back this bill, so I would encourage you all, via your party contacts, to ensure that as many of your MPs do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Joe Salmon.
Oh, we've had 5 speakers in favour. I'd ask that we have the question put.
Well, on this occasion, Councillor Rigby, you've reserved your right. Do you actually want to speak?
I'm pretty good. I was going to do what Joe's just done, so let's get on with it. So,
Councillor Kate Salmon, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. If I could just briefly respond to some of the points that were made. Thank you all broadly for the support for this, which is great to hear. Councillor Brown, I think what you said is absolutely fair, but given the current arrangements that we have, I hope that it's been worded in a way that's suitable for our purposes to try and move things on this issue. Councillor Hadley, thank you. I really appreciate the work that's already underway. Absolutely, this is seeking to strengthen and renew our efforts, but also importantly to express public support for the bill, our support publicly for the bill by signing up to the 0 Hour campaign, alongside lots of other local authorities that have done that already, and by writing to the 2 Bournemouth MPs and to the MP for Christchurch, asking them to add their support too, so that, as Councillor Sidaway says, if we could get them all to add their support, that would be fantastic. Councillor Aitken and also Councillor Canavan, thank you for productively working together on the amendment, which I agree has improved the original, and it was really, really nice to be able to work collaboratively together on that. And then just finally to add, in case it needs saying, that in addition to all the Lib Dem MPs, all the Green MPs have also publicly supported the bill. and thank you all very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, members. Now we can go to the vote on this. All those in favour? Those against? And abstentions? 2 abstentions. So that's carried, Councillor Salmon. Thank you very much. Members, we're going to be finished before midnight, I hope. I don't know whether that's a bit of a hope after all these questions. We have 8 questions from 5 councillors this evening, which I think you all have on your sheets. So, the time limit for asking and answering the questions is 3 minutes. I just put that in here. So first of all, Councillor Adams, I believe you're going to ask the question that Councillor Farr put, but is unable to put to us. So that's a question for the portfolio holder for customer, communications and culture, Councillor Andy Martin.
I am younger and better looking than Dwayne. An elderly resident who requires a blue badge card contacted me raising his concerns about the difficulty dealing with BCP Council customer services. After numerous attempts to speak to someone on the telephone and being cut off after a lengthy wait, He was informed it could take 12 weeks to receive his new blue badge if successful. A 12-week wait seems excessive. In the private sector, to order a new debit card from a bank, it usually takes 3 days. Why such a long wait, and what can be done to improve on the service for our residents?
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Councillor Adams, for asking the question on behalf of Councillor Farr. I am very aware as Cabinet Member for Customer Services that our blue badge service is not currently where we want it to be. Indeed, I have personally dealt with a number of residents in recent weeks after they raised concerns with me, and in most cases I've spoken with them at length on the phone, the latest on Sunday morning. So can I say at the outset, as portfolio holder and on behalf of BCP Council, I am very sorry for the delays that some residents are experiencing, and I thank them for their patience whilst the workload is progressed. I know these delays can be extremely stressful. The process of assessing blue badge applications is prescribed by the Department of Transport and requires a range of evidence to be provided in order to determine an applicant's eligibility for a blue badge. For the majority of cases, the same process applies whether an applicant is applying for the first time or if it is a renewal. The Council receives in the region of 1,000 applications each month, and consequently the workload is significant. The DOT expects applications to be determined within 12 weeks, hence the advice given to the applicant in this case, but recent increases in demand along with staff sickness has meant that processing has taken as long as 14 or 15 weeks. The recent introduction of a temporary streamlined assessment process for renewals has brought the turnaround time back to around 12-week mark, and this is expected to reduce further over the next month. The blue badge service was recently discussed at length at overview and scrutiny, and it was agreed I would write to the Secretary of State for Transport to express the Council's frustrations at the process that is required and the time it can take, when in many cases applicants have lifelong conditions that will necessitate repeat blue badges. We recently had a response from the future Roads Minister, and I will share that with Councillor Farr, as well as my own letter to the Secretary of State. The response from the future Roads Minister is being assessed by the team. The Blue Badge team are working hard to process applications as quickly as possible and are currently prioritising renewals. The week beginning November the 19th saw 360 Blue Badges approved, a 63% increase on the previous week. A further 347 were issued in the week commencing November the 25th. Finally, as an interim measure, badges will remain valid for 3 months following expiry to allow processing times to catch up and limit the impact of delays on the mobility of customers. This interim measure, however, only applies to the BCP Council area and where the Council is legally responsible for undertaking parking enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams, does Councillor Farr have a supplementary, do you think?
I'll leave it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Howell, you have a question for the portfolio holder for Transformation, Resources and Governance, Councillor Hannah, on company and partnership boards. Would you like to read that out for us? Thank you.
Yeah, I was rather hoping the Chief Executive might respond to this, but we'll see, and I hope I can still read it this time of night. In relationship to the Cabinet decision to remove members from council, company and partnership boards and replace them with officers, the Chief Executive justified the change in policy by saying, previous reports over many decades have said that having officers and members on the same board will often inhibit one or the other, normally the officer, from expressing their views because they do not want to be seen to go against the wishes of the elected councillors and therefore don't act with independence on the board, and therefore they do not fulfil the statutory requirement on the board, which is acting independently as directors. The committee report produced did not reference any such reports. It held out the changes to be best practice according to the Local Partnerships, Local Authority Companies Report, the LPLAC. However, the LPLAC does not say that officers and members should not be on the same committees, and indeed envisages situations where they are. Its emphasis is on diversity of experience and independent decision-making. Council officers generally lack the experience to operate in commercial environments. They also work in a hierarchical structure which obliges them to follow the instructions of more senior officers, so they will not want to be seen to go against the wishes of those officers. The fact that the Chief Executive envisages situations where he would not trust his officers to be capable of independent decision-making on boards should be a reason for not including officers on boards, rather than excluding others. By excluding members, the Council will reduce diversity of experience and opinion on boards and make Council companies and partnerships less effective. Please can you specify which of the previous reports over many decades referred to by the Chief Executive were used by the author of the report to justify the removal of members from boards, stating the pages where specific references are made?
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Hannah, I believe you're going to reply to this.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am not quite sure of the purpose of the question, given that the matter has already been determined by Council, and given that Councillor Howell has a while ago received an email from the Chief Executive clarifying his comment, copied to myself. Since Council has made its decision, I do not propose to detail the content of the Chief Executive's email or rehearse the considerations. But in response to the specific question, in describing his understanding of the generality of views expressed in historic reports, the Chief Executive did not say that the author of our own report to Cabinet had drawn on any other historic reports to justify the recommendation. The January report to Cabinet set out the specific documents referred to in that report, and I would refer Councillor Howell to that report. Thank you.
Councillor Howell, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. I mean, I find that response completely unsatisfactory. We're in a situation here where an officer report has misled the Audit and Governance Committee, Cabinet and Council.
This is supposed to be a question, Councillor Howell.
The question is, don't you think, and doesn't the Chief Executive think, that that is a very serious matter, and that in fact the Chief Executive should apologise to councillors for a report coming to councillors which reflects his personal opinion and preferences rather than best practice? Thank you.
I think you're asking Councillor Hannah to reply for somebody else, but I'm sure he'll manage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was going to say that I cannot possibly answer for the Chief Executive, but I do not share Councillor Howell's view on the matter as just stated. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Cooper. Thank you.
Given the recent decision by Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Service to remove one of the remaining 2 engines at Poole Fire Station, potentially reducing services capacity to protect local residents, can the Council address the following concerns? What steps will be taken to secure an urgent meeting with the Chief Fire Officer to discuss this decision and its implications for the community? And will councillors have the opportunity to question him directly? It's a much reduced question, I might say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Kieran Wilson is going to answer. The leader is going to answer. Sorry about that, Councillor Cooper.
I bet Kieran's like, whew. Thank you, Councillor Cooper, for your question. So BCP Council is constitutionally represented at the Dorset and Wiltshire Fire and Rescue Authority. The Fire Authority is made up of councillors from BCP, Dorset, Wiltshire and Swindon in accordance with each council's political balance. It is only a second whole-time fire appliance removed at Poole. There remains a second on-call appliance, so I just wanted to clarify that point. These details were sent out to all BCP councillors from Councillor Hilliard, who is the chair of the BCP Local Performance and Scrutiny Committee, on the 5th of September 2024, about the changes at Paul via email. This can be included in the minutes for this item, so we can include the minutes of that email. I also met with the Chief Fire Officer this year to discuss the challenges that the service faced and what they were proposing in terms of changes to service. Scrutiny and engagement is not undertaken directly by the Council, but delegated through the Fire Authority. The Fire Authority and the Finance and Audit Committee each meet 4 times a year, and public questions are welcomed. Local performance and scrutiny meetings take place 3 times a year in the BCP area. These are public meetings too, and councillors would be welcome to attend any of those meetings and ask questions. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary question? Thank
you. Thank you for your response. In my work with the trade unions, the FBU, they are very concerned about this and would like to be listened to. It seems that the fire brigade union, the fire brigade have said that nothing's going to happen based on the statistics and their kind of analysis, but if something happens, that's when they might change. And it's a little bit like when you're applying to get a zebra crossing or a traffic light put in, and you get a response from an officer who's rightly doing what they do, and they say, well, we haven't had any fatalities in that area, so we're not going to do anything about it.
Is there a question at the end?
So the supplementary question is, can we take this further? Because the workers on the ground don't believe that this management decision based on fiscal reasoning is the right one. And I feel we have a responsibility to take it further for right across the conurbation, not just here. So can we take it further, is the question, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader.
I think the in response to your supplementary question, Councillor Cooper, you talk about we, and I'm not sure who we is, because, like I said, we're constitutionally represented by the Fire Authority. We are residents on that, in relation to it. But I would absolutely encourage any member to engage with the Fire Authority. I had the great privilege of being on it for, I can't remember how long, maybe 2 years. And really, really enjoyed my work there. And I wish, and I know other members who are on it, we all wish that people would really engage with it. So as much as I think, we can look at the community safety issues, we can do that kind of thing as a local authority, we don't have the ability as a council to force the Fire Authority to do X, Y, Z, because they are an organisation that have their own constitution and who represent us on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kate Salmon, I think you've got a question to put to the portfolio holder for climate response, environment and energy, Councillor Hadley, on the Transport Advisory Group, or the TAG. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question is, why hasn't the Transport Advisory Group met since the group's initial training session? How are the issues that TAG is supposed to cover being dealt with in the absence of these meetings?
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. Sorry, I've moved so I didn't have my back to you when I'm talking to you. In short, thank you for your question. In short, there's been no relevant business. I am very supportive of the concept of a transport advisory group, giving more time to consider transport issues, including public and officer input, and to advise Cabinet accordingly. The traffic regulation orders that have been recently advertised have not required referral to the Transport Advisory Group because there have been not enough comments and no petitions that have met the threshold for reply. Just prior to the formation of the TAG, there were numerous transport-related matters that were approved at Cabinet and Council. For example, Safer Roads Fund, the Active Travel Fund 4, the 20-mile-an-hour programme, and the LTP 2024-25 capital programme. It is worth noting that a cross-party group has been meeting to discuss the Local Transport Plan 4, which I believe you're part of. In the coming months, there will be the following items that can be discussed en route to the March 2025 Cabinet: the Local Transport Plan Capital Programme for 25-6, the Bus Service Improvement Plan, the BCP Plan for 25-6, and the Active Travel Fund schemes. The upcoming scheduled Transport Advisory Group meetings are for the 22nd of January 2025 and the 19th of February It is unlikely at the moment that there will be any business for the January tag, but as per the above, the February Transport Advisory Group can be used to discuss these topics.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
Yeah, I do. I suppose the follow-up question then is, given that, do we think that the tag has been set up correctly, or should we perhaps review the way it's been put together to make sure it's actually a useful body?
Thank you. It is difficult because the group hasn't actually met as you've highlighted. And again, reference was made. I don't know whether this is quite so. This one might be better. This one might be better. Sorry. I think that's a question that we need to actually have the Transport Advisory Group meet in order to establish how useful it is. I think it should be useful. I would go right back to in the old Poole Council days we had Transport Advisory Group, and before I was a councillor I went along to it and I found it really helpful as a member of the public to be able to engage, and that was part of the purpose, because when things come to Cabinet, very often the transport items don't get that level of public discussion and exposure that I think they deserve in terms of the public. So I think for me the reason is actually to give the public an opportunity to see and comment on schemes and get into that. But we haven't had controversial schemes that they've wanted to do that with. So I think that's been our recent challenge. But I do believe it should have value, and I would hope that we will get into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Armstrong, I understand you've got a question to put to the portfolio holder for climate response, environment and energy, Councillor Hadley again, on the trees on the East Cliff. Would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to ask my question. So residents living on the East Cliff are expressing dismay about what appears to be inflexible and inconsistent policy across BCP area regarding the management and care of trees, in particular relating to the home oak species along the East Cliff. Residents are concerned about the growth of such species, the impact they have on the light and the natural biodiversity of the area due to their increasing height, large canopies, as well as the ongoing care of the existing tree population in the conservation area. So my question is, will BCP undertake to consult with residents who live along the East Cliff regarding the trees? Will they review how BCP exercises its statutory discretion in relation to the care of trees on both private and public land, and update the cliff management / tree management strategy for the conservation area to take into account the views of residents? Residents are keen to work in partnership with the council as joint custodians, but they want to see an approach to tree management that reflects the local biodiversity and takes into account their views and the needs of the area in a whole, in a much more responsible, imaginative and friendly manner than what they are currently experiencing. Thank you.
Councillor Hadley.
Councillor Armstrong, thank you for your question. The trees on the Overcliff are inspected for safety, are managed in accordance with the management plan. Any requests for tree work are not part of the statutory function, and under current spending controls, only essential health and safety work is being undertaken. We estimate that the tree work as a result of Storm Bert cost around £50,000, and that for Storm Dara was in excess of £100,000, and of course those storms are consuming an awful lot of the team's efforts. The Council does not have a legal duty, and nor do we manage trees to maintain sight lines or views. The future management of trees on the East Cliff can indeed be discussed and reviewed with the residents to explore and understand the constraints and the opportunities. These can support the diversity and nature recovery and can be developed in line with the recommendations in the Urban Forest Strategy and the Green Infrastructure Strategy.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Armstrong?
Yes, I do. Supplementary comment, really. I think that dialogue would be very much welcome, and I look forward to working with you to make that happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Howell, you have a question to put to the Leader of the Council on the Community Governance Review, please.
Thank you. How many people attended each of the 5 public briefing sessions on the Community Governance Review?
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Howell, for your question. The Community Governance Review process provides an opportunity for individuals, groups and organisations to suggest changes to existing arrangements and to propose new arrangements for our unparished areas. The Council is seeking the views and has sought to promote the project through the establishment of comprehensive web pages which include details of project timeline, information documents, surveys, interactive and downloadable maps. Do you want me to skip forward to the bit where I just... It is a very good answer, and it goes into all the many ways in which the Council is engaging. One of the many ways of promoting the review is through public briefing events. The attendance figures are as follows. So on the 18th of November in Bournemouth Civic Centre, it was 1. On the 18th of November at Paul Guildhall, it was 7. On the 20th of November at Kings Park, sadly no one turned up. I wasn't in the country at the moment, but I believe it may have been snowing that day. On the 21st of November at Christchurch Library, it was 8. On the 22nd of November at Kinston Hub, it was 1. On the 27th of November at the Civic Centre, it was 2. There was also a live online event on the 3rd of December. This was recorded and is available on the website. To date, it has received 72 views. Thank you.
Councillor Howell, supplementary question.
Yes, a local organisation in Poole received their invitation to their local event 2 days before the event. This exercise in community governance has been flagged to us for a year and a half. It was began in, I think, October the 16th. Do you think it is acceptable service to the residents of BCP for the council to give 2 days' notice of such an important event? And do you think that that inevitably compromises the consultation to some degree?
Do you wish to answer, Leader?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think we have to understand that these are public briefing events, but there are lots of other ways in which people are engaging with the Community Governance Review. I'm personally someone who doesn't particularly like to go to events. I quite like, you know, having a look online, watching YouTube videos, that kind of thing. So I think it's to appeal to a certain sector of people who would like to do that kind of in-person engagement. I would also just add that in our community, for example, I've been working with my colleagues Marion and Tony, and we're putting together an event so that people can engage with this particular topic. I believe that there have been other events and that Democratic Services you're going to have to write this down anyway because it's supplementary. But they are offering to come to events and basically run a bit of a session with people who wish to go. And I believe there was one at Paul Key's Forum yesterday, which was attended by 69 members of the community. So lots of ways to engage, and I think that those were just one of the ways. But if you have anyone who would like to organise a session, or maybe you could, I don't know, organise a session yourself, then I'm sure that Richard Jones would be happy to come along and give the briefing there. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Cooper, I think you've got a question to put to the portfolio holder for climate response, environment and energy on potholes.
I'm bored of myself at the moment, so apologies for inflicting me on you this evening. So I need to say this in a northern accent, but I'm not going to, but just imagine it, please. Given the ongoing issues with pothole repairs and maintenance across BCP Council, can the Cabinet member responsible clarify whether these works are primarily carried out by in-house teams or outsourced to private contractors? Furthermore, what quality assurance measures are in place to ensure repairs are completed to a high standard, and how are costs monitored to ensure value for money for residents, especially considering the poor quality of some of the recent repairs?
Councillor Hadley, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper, for your question. Pothole repairs are either undertaken by our in-house street scene team or by contractors on our behalf, whilst reconstruction works, which are much rarer and require specialist tools and significant logistics and traffic management, is often undertaken by private contractors overseen by our engineering team. In some areas of the conurbation, the road surface is very thin or laid over concrete slabs or compacted sand and gravel base, and it's then subject to increasing wear from heavier vehicles and difficult to maintain. Whilst immediate temporary repairs may erode again quite quickly, there is work underway within cab technologies which will enable crews to enact permanent repairs in a single visit. Work undertaken on our behalf is overseen by council officers and has a defects period, usually 2 years, for any repairs to be undertaken at the expense of the contractor.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary, Councillor Cooper?
Just a very quick one. With that in mind, would it be possible to assess the pool bridge, the pool lifting bridge, because the potholes are filled and then the potholes are destroyed? Over the past sort of 3 months, they must have used about 15 tonne of tarmac. So it would be quite nice to have that assessed, like who quality assured it, who carried out the job, and then the other question is, how much money are we spending on outsourcing that work? And the supplementary to that, what support, I'll be here all night, what support are the in-house people having to do a proper job? Because it is not happening, I'm afraid. Sorry. Blame my constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's fine. I mean, obviously, you're meaning the pool bridge rather than Twin Sails Bridge, and I think when there was major repairs done on that, there was a problem with the tarmac sticking to the bridge, because obviously it goes vertical on a very regular basis, so it's stressed both by traffic and by the bridge lifts themselves. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go away and find an answer for you on that, but I accept that. I do go across the bridge quite often, and I see the holes, and I know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. We've come to the last question, I believe. Councillor Armstrong, I understand you've got a question to put to the lead member for local plan delivery, Councillor Simon McCormack, on the Household Energy Support Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's also about the extent of poverty across BCP. So the Household Energy Support Fund for organisations to bid for to provide warm spaces and energy advice for residents at risk of fuel poverty who can't afford to buy food. Although welcomed, it still falls way short of a growing need. Some organisations did not receive the full amount they required to deliver their warm space projects, and there was not enough in the pot to meet a growing demand. There are now more than 50 warm spaces for people experiencing fuel poverty in BCP, and food banks. God, it's just so late, isn't it? Sorry. Well, hopefully it's not a growth industry like the food banks are. So, no, it really shouldn't be. Okay, this is not a laughing matter, members. No, there are more than 50 warm spaces for people experiencing fuel poverty in BCP, and food banks are a growth industry. More people who are in work are using food banks than ever before. So what is BCP doing to address the root causes of this poverty, and how many children are living in poverty right now in BCP, and do we have a strategy that's about eliminating that poverty? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, for struggling to the end there. Well done. Councillor McCormack, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Armstrong, for your question. Unfortunately, members, I do have quite an answer. It's quite lengthy, though, so I'll try and get through it as quickly as I can, because I know the time's getting on a little bit. So the BCP Food and Energy Support Fund is administered by Dorset Community Foundation, funded via the Household Support Fund. Application for the fund were oversubscribed, and there were requests for approximately £355,000 from a grant pot of £225,000. They were all fundable projects and doing some great work to support our communities. As a result, we allocated a further £50,000 to the fund to enable more projects to be funded, but regrettably we could not fund every single scheme. Wherever possible, we tried to signpost groups to alternative funding sources such as BH Coastal Lottery Small Grant Scheme. We also provide a free funding e-newsletter every fortnight detailing funding opportunities alongside a searchable funding platform which groups and individuals can register to use free of charge. Poverty is a national issue, not just something that is unique to BCP Council area, and it requires a sustained whole system change to tackle the root causes. While some of this therefore needs to take place on a national level, we are working with our partners in the BCP Council area to try to support households to make changes to move away from crisis interventions. Examples of this include the Together We Can partnership and Access to Food partnership, which works with a wide range of community and voluntary sector partners to address issues relating to food insecurity and debt. Our partners at Citizens Advice BCP administer grants for households funded through the Household Support Fund, undertaking a fuller review of the household's finances to try and tackle the root causes of their financial hardship and looking at options to reduce costs and ensure they're getting the correct benefits that they are entitled to. In regards to children, unfortunately we don't have the precise current data of the number of children living in poverty right now. At a recent Children's Services whole staff event, the number of children living in poverty was one of the subjects under discussion. This was using the latest available data, which was for 2023, and was for children living in absolute poverty. The absolute poverty data is data from the Department for Work and Pensions. On a BCP level, this translates to 10.8% of children, which is a roughly 7,105 children, which compared to the 15.9% nationally. It must be remembered that this means that these children are young people are living in households in absolute poverty, and it is that needs addressing. In August this year, the government announced the Child Poverty Task Force, which works across government and is working with the Work and Pensions Education Secretaries to investigate this issue. We expect the findings in spring and look forward to analysing these findings to help inform our further work around this vital area. If you'd like to know more, there is an all-councillor session taking place on the 17th of December at 5 p.m. for councillors to find out more about the support that is available to residents over the winter period. Thank you very much.
Councillor Armstrong, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just want to acknowledge the amount of partnership work that is going on to try and address this issue, but I think not knowing exactly what the scope of the issue is across BCP and how it's impacting families still concerns me, but I hope that on the 17th of December that we can come together and perhaps look at how do we find that out and what else can we be doing about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. That comes to the end of our questions from members. Thank you very much. Item 16, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. The Chief Executive, the Chief Executive will advise members of any urgent decisions taken.
Thank you, Chairman. No urgent decisions have been taken since the last meeting.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, members. Before you put your coats on, can I just congratulate you about the early part of this meeting? It was very, very difficult, and I do appreciate the fact that you all went through and were able to speak properly. So thank you very much for making it a very pleasant meeting. Thank you.
Happy Christmas.